Where they get left. Carol is literally Scrooge meets Bingo. Instead of Real Man and the Christmas Carol, the 17-year-old girl who's about to turn 18 and $5 million. She's not very nice, and then the spirit starts to move. And then the short story is about a 3-man family who got raised to death for the night. That's not two. Short stories, Christmas Carol, action pictures, figures, and I cycle for my body. John, my publisher, he took these 3 books and put them all together. That's what we call the limited edition, omnibus edition. That's number 2. I have number 1. So 2 of 100 signed. There's only going to be 100. That's basically those 3 books in one bottle. Sure. Okay. I have paperbacks and hardcovers and things like that. See, you can devise this book for a great time to go back and say, if I didn't that question. 2003. I started this in 2003. This one when I was in Iraq. Well, I wrote half of it before you were Iraq. And then I wrote the next one when I got back. I started to write this, and then I got the idea for this. And then I wrote this on the street. In the middle of writing this one, I wanted to write another book, Christmas Carol. So I think eventually 1 after this, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 17. Compilation of short stories about my favorite destination. This is really the time that everything here is Russian. This is really the I love having an application. So I want to write where someone literally walks through. So my main thing out of here is something Anybody, I would say, I like it's not hard for me. It's not, I didn't write any of these young adults. I tried to write this young adult, but it's also a very accelerated. It's kind of young. Yeah, right. Yeah, these are all for adults. Even that young adult. If you read the first couple paragraphs, it's like that. I mean, I always know when parents read their short enough, I'm going to teach them that much longer, that much bigger to do that. I bet you should have enough to make it tasty, but not so much that it burns your mouth. And then for violence, I mean, people die in here, and people die in here, but it's not really so, you want paperbacks or hardcovers? 18, or all 3 for 50. 30, or all 3 for 80. 16, or all 3 for. I have to look at everybody's 16 times 3. I think it's 45 all 3 monthly. And then I don't have all 3 of the hardcovers. They would be 38. I think that was all. 91 hotel and 91 field med doctor and Flexer. So Flexer is here. He's a pilot. It's either 91 H&N or 61 H&N. Those numbers always change in my head. Whatever the scale is about the Flexer on my screen.
I had a really bad Memphis consultation. Yeah, so we're not going there. I got a team. Nope. And I didn't say marketing. And then I had a basic and I'm going to do it up in Saudi. But then when back to my career, he was like, and then I got to take it out like 2 years later. Yeah, my mother was listening to he was kind of I was supposed to go. He's like, oh my God, he actually remembered. No previous history of anything.
Oh, check up. Jasper and the business called Amazon. I'm literally here to talk to people for 2 hours. You got your book, right? I'm here.
I mean, in fairness, I've not been to this one. But you look like you were about to hurry off somewhere else. So. You look like you were about to hurry off somewhere else. Excellent. The finale. About time.
Oh, yeah, he's pretty solid. Right, but the elements are,
No, I need the finale.
okay, make it happen. You're all caught up in the first one. You're just spinning it out of your money.
I don't know if that's a good thing or not. That's just kind of. Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You don't look like, you don't look
No,
like.
that people are.
I was about 3 inches taller than me, jet black hair, and 41 brigades that I think you could probably do that. Because you don't think it's going to be.
So, yeah.
Sorry.
I got somebody trying to convince me to go out for Lady in October. So.
Oh, excellent.
I should hope I can be. But the director wants to do Victorian Gothic horror, and would that not be perfect for me? Yes, yes. Apparently going to the costume party later, I think in my list of it does. volunteering. Hang around here for a few minutes because I'm about to put a 2-minute sign in there.
Are you this table?
I am not.
Yeah, this one.
It's very awesome people right here. All they do is you know say all that.
I'm here to talk about the blocks. The broadcast out of that room.
Oh, yeah?
So when they go in there, they're gonna have very sensitive lighting. So if you order anything, say, it's hard.
Okay.
I just realized, checking all the levels of that, you can hear everybody in that room.
Oh.
You have to let that know, just in case they want to talk to you before.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of them, so make sure everybody.
I do sometimes say question at a time, so I appreciate that.
I mean, that's what all our streams are, it's questionable anything enough. It's a lot on YouTube, right? ConCarolinas, so you just want everybody to know.
Okay, okay.
I'm here, so I'm not.
It's more like, essentially, you have zero privacy, there's always someone technically there listening to the other side of the kind of speak whatever you're ready for. So, we're gonna try to draw the audio levels for it, just give you a little bit of privacy, just want people to know that that's what's happening.
Yeah, you like that. I live about special. I never want to misspell, especially in a hard number, I never want to misspell something. I'm very careful.
I might run upstairs. 7:30.
Excuse me. My name's Charles Whitworth. I've seen you folks up in all sorts of conventions. How are you? Pleasure to meet you. Obviously, we share some sort of similarity.
Where are you from?
We're from Colombia.
Oh, I'm from Lexington, which is a suburb.
There you go. No, no, Lexington is its own place.
I know. Might as well be so.
Well, yeah, we've gotten into this since we retired. And it's just. This is my wife, Brenda. And this is Linda. And this is Mark.
Hi.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey.
They're from Lexington.
Oh,
And I've seen them at several conventions.
not too far from us.
I mean, that's all. I'll leave it to your discussion.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
We're in here.
Right, we have no chairs.
Oh, dear.
That works perfectly fine for me. I'll run my mouth and stand up all day long.
Well, this one is obviously short.
Oh,
say rapid check.
We get to tell you this year, next year, we get Harrison. There was a third row seat at one point.
This is less than 2 rows. Like, wow, man. Yeah, it's, what? A beer?
I forgot it.
Oh, you forgot your beer.
Yes.
Yes.
John, put me on this last one.
But I'm writing a new series and I'm about.
So it's probably.
All right.
Oh, wow.
No. Just the two of us.
This is why he handed me onto this.
The other way.
Nobody wants to listen to me for an hour.
Where the hell are the
I guess you stole the chairs.
I stole the chair.
It's supposed to be a big bucket, but I'm not sure it's in there.
Horribly rude. No, please stay, please stay. A fine, just yell, I'm a bamboo ship and you can leave. And
It sounds something right back.
make a public scene of it and. Come on in.
We need more chairs. I should take my foot right outside the door.
If we need more chairs, I'll stand.
You?
Excellent. So. As we're here to talk about data and everything's listening and watching something.
I know it is. Oh, we know. We're being by that conspiracy theory. Absolutely.
So the question is this, how paranoid do y'all want to be before we leave the room?
I'm already there.
Nothing should surprise us today.
Our husbands are security.
I'm so sorry. We're here right now.
All right.
That's not.
Actually, the good news is this.
There's good news.
There is good news. The good news is this, when when I used to start the question on these kinds of panels with how paranoid would you like to be before you leave the room? People are much more educated about these sorts of things. So this is starting out this way and asking that question by going and saying, oh no, we know how much more, is all good news. Late troublemakers.
Yeah. The machines were tracking me.
Here, have a chair.
Machines were tracking me. I love it.
They were, literally. I was in a Pokemon Go raid, which was capturing all of my location data. And yes, just to prove I'm not lying, full disclosure, Pokemon Go raid.
Kyogre?
It was the Kyogre.
Yeah. Easy now. No, she's gotta catch it.
She's caught them all, never mind.
No.
So.
Hi, I'm Ari Carr. I'm fashionably late.
Wow,
I think
I didn't know we even done this introduction.
we have, it's right at 5 o'clock, you're on time. You need to go out and come back in.
Okay. I will put my Kyogre away.
So I guess we'll get started. I am Jim Nettles, and I think I got somebody that lost that and maybe moderator. By day, I do a lot of business and technology consulting. I write about data security. I write about and work in data security. Everything from startup up to Fortune 50. Now, mostly I manage teams that make this stuff happen. I don't actually have to go in there and play with it, except for the last couple of weeks where I've been playing whack-a-mole with hackers. Beyond that, I'm also a science fiction fantasy writer. I run a couple of different small companies of my own as well. And if my panelists would also be so kind as to introduce themselves, especially the late ones.
Oh, that would be me. Hi, I am Rachel Carr. I write under R.E. Carr. When I'm not writing novels about science fiction and computers and alternate universes and things tracking you, I work in a company and have to deal with security, compliance, and I audit all sorts of wonderful things, everything from royalties to safety and compliance. So I am weirdly doubly qualified. I am also still trying to catch the Kyogre.
Okay.
I'm Chloe Miscarriage. By day, I work for a software company that shall not be named. That does a lot of conversations around privacy and data security. I also write science fiction and fantasy mysteries, as well as good westerns. I also run Welcome to Mars Press, which is a small press out of Rock Hill. Our mission is to publish marginalized voices in those speculative genres.
Hi, I'm Sarah J. Sober. I have no business at all on this panel. I was tapped in last minute. I'm a part of the some other science track stuff because I've been reading biology, which has nothing to do with computers.
You stayed at a Holiday Inn last night.
My whole house has Alexa and Google and all kinds of things all over it because my husband does that kind of stuff. I'm not sure how much he wants me to say about him when he does. So,
That's okay, I'll talk about it.
but anyway, yeah.
So before we get started, I want to do a quick poll. How much do you guys want to talk about the things that are more personal? Do you want to hear more about the kind of corporate environments? Do you want to talk about the political stuff and what's happening in different countries around the world? Or the answer is yes.
Yes, but also what can hurt you? Where do you go wrong with this stuff that's listening to you?
The answer is yes.
Yes.
But well, I'd say that let's actually start with these little fun devices.
Your phone, yeah.
Yes, your phone. So these nice little fun devices are the thing that everybody wants to talk about. Who's watching, who's listening, who's doing what. You know, we used to think in terms of the government's going to come make me do this and do this and do this. No, instead we made it convenient and easy to go pick this up. Now, the first thing is with any of these devices, everybody wants to get very paranoid about what's going on and what's happening. Well, realistically, the first thing you want to look at is follow the money. Because with these devices, pretty much everything that goes on gets back down to what are we going to try to sell you?
Yes. I'm the victim of, have you ever had it where you just have a conversation about anything and suddenly all your ads. Like, believe me, you haven't lived until you've gone to an animal shelter and adopted an animal, because all of a sudden, you pay for that animal by credit card, the adoption fee. I've got BarkBox, I've got Petco, I've got everything following me, and sometimes you don't even like do anything directly. And it's that, it used to be like, oh, well, I shopped at this site, I'll get it. Now, or the worst I've seen is I was talking to someone, I made a joke about a certain type of very obscure, well, adult entertainment device. And all of my friends in the group messenger chat all got ads for that creative device, including my mother-in-law. Don't ask why I was mentioning it in a group chat with my mother-in-law, but I'm totally doing that. But yes, imagine that if sometimes now with like group chats, it's cross-contamination. One other person can mention it, and suddenly you're all getting ads.
It's very much like in Minority Report, when Tom Cruise is walking through the airport,
Yeah.
walking through the plaza or on the street, and the ads are being targeted based on him specifically as an individual, based on his eye, the eyes inside, the red skin of his eye. Right, we're almost there to being a bio device versus just get a handheld device. I love the fact I write mysteries, so I watch a lot of true crime. This idea that they can track what tower you were at in a geographic area, like they're actually able to like find bodies, rescue people who've been kidnapped based on their telephone, like what towers and stuff they hit. And that's not new hat. That's old hat. I used to work for US Cellular in the early 2000s, and we've been doing that for a while. But it used to take a lot longer to download that data, but now it's becoming faster and faster and faster to the point where they can, that's why you're able to track the DoorDash stuff, right? And where they're at on the map and how, So, I mean, it's to the point where it's so much a part. I tried not to use my phone one day. I'm like, I'm trying to get this free, I'm not gonna use it. I'm gonna use it for anything. And it was really hard.
How did you do it? Teach us this wisdom.
2 hours.
Oh, okay.
I was like, I tapped out 2 hours.
Thank you.
No, I couldn't do it 2 hours. I need my phone. It was so horrible, but yeah. So it's to the point now where if I'm talking about something sensitive, I just turn my phone off. Like if it's something about my family or something where I'm discussing like my finances or my credit card number or something like that.
Never say any of that in front of your Alexa, your Google Home,
Right.
Any of those. Just unplug them if you really like. When I had to talk to the tax people, I unplugged my home.
Yep. Because they're always listening.
They are always
or
listening.
always recording, right? So I think recently there was a conversation about a person working at like for the Alexa group that they're always listening and they're always recording stuff. So right, and they hear some things, and so it's just like someone or something is always listening, and that is like we used to be worried about that in the 60s and 50s, right? It's the CIA, but it's happening on your phone, you didn't know about it, right?
No, just tell me how to make pancakes.
Alexa, how do I make this curry? Like, you just didn't like it.
But the thing is that you have to remember though, it's all gonna be about the money. It's only gonna be about where they can make money. We're not that interesting and they're not gonna wanna spend all this money and resources cataloging all of our personal data because we're
Mostly boring.
right. It's really. So when I found out I was going to be on this panel, I called my husband. I was like, can you help me here? And he sent me white papers. Like I'm going to leave my table. Here's all the white paper research. Read these academic papers anyway. But one of the
Did you read about the super cookies? Are you there?
Yes.
You got to the super cookies.
One of the cool things that he was talking about though is he works for a big company that tracks. Does this link make people click on it more, or does this color link, or like? But he was talking about the concept of aggregate data and trends, and that's really where they are right now with what they're doing with our data is they're making these connections. So you might think that it heard a conversation that you're having and now it's giving you this ad, but in actuality, it's looking at all the other things that you have done and playing the odds that you might be interested in this, and it just happens to coincide with this conversation that you had. Because you didn't
Mine just dinosaurs and animals. I mean, they got me.
Dinosaur adult toys again, is that?
No.
That's
Here's the irony. I did not get any of them. Only the other people in the group. Not me.
That's
So-
really fast.
So before we go down the panel, that's a late night panel, we'll be doing that.
No. I'm keeping everything is before the watershed.
But.
See me after the panel.
Where is the dinosaur?
Believe me, if you want it, it's on Wish.
And you are. Oh.
It's not just as they were.
And it won't be exactly as you ordered, but it will be there.
It could be all those words,
Something will
but
come up.
in different words.
But I want to talk about one of the question.
Yes.
What is dangerous about this device? Well, obviously, the first thing is who can actually tap into this? Because we know
Yeah.
that there's plenty of malware that will open this up and turn it to an open microphone. I work in spaces where I cannot have any devices whatsoever at all. I've had people laugh at me because if you ever see, like, when I've got a tablet at my booth, all of the microphones are covered, all of the cameras are covered.
Yep.
I turn off all the biometrics, I turn off all the good stuff, and generally they're not connected to anything. I transfer data by chip. But what are some of the risks of this device? Well, number one, depends what kind of password locker you're using on your phone to store everything. Because, again, at some point you have a vulnerability. When you're entering passwords, we go grab and load apps for all sorts of crap all the time, right? You don't think twice about it because, well, it's in the Apple Store. It's in the Google Store.
And the quick interjection is how many people, now this is not a judgment, but come on, how many of us reuse the same password across apps?
You don't do that.
Hey, it's a municipal.
It's fine, but I'm just saying, every time you do it, you're giving,
Yeah.
you use the same thing, you're giving multiple points of entry. You're making yourself weaker.
Now, but let's actually talk about one of the easy ones. How can that marketing data of what you're searching for, how can that marketing data alone of what you are buying or Googling or what you mentioned to Alexa be used against you? Everybody familiar with the idea of the social credit score?
Oh.
I was searching for a very specific thing on the internet, search, try different things, and all of a sudden, the website popped up that had that particular item for sale. Me, not being wanting it, or being smart, I went ahead and paid for it. And it didn't show up, and finally I realized what was going on, and was able to get my money back for PayPal, but, they targeted me, and I don't even understand, because this was an item listed on our website. I don't know how they figured out that this particular item that I was searching for, they set up as an item for sale within 20.
They could have cloned it from another side.
That's what I was just.
Yeah, that's a
And he's
big
probably
problem.
not the only one that
Yeah.
they got with that clothing, website.
Yeah, it's really bad for artists and a lot of that thing, that they'll take one design and they'll clone it over to the sites, and sometimes you'll get lucky and they will actually send it, and other times, conveniently, it's just, yeah.
Or
And they count on, yes, half the people will ask for refunds, but there's always gonna be someone like, oh, it's $5, whatever, it's too much. And they skim in these little sort of death by paper cuts. And when I worked in fraud prevention, it was never the biggest things. Those always got stopped. But the thing is, those really big, ridiculous ones, their whole purpose was to tie up the resources in fraud prevention. So these little ones just would slip by and they'll scrape. It's the same way in Kindle, there's people who load fake books just to get people to read them.
Or Steam shovelware games where it's like a $1 game.
Yep, and they
It's
just,
not even a real game. But
Right.
You don't want to go through the hassle of getting the refunds or like
whatever, I got scammed,
And
and
so they make a few thousand sales.
Yep.
How to be a millionaire.
They did that.
sell 1,099,000 books.
They did that with our books. There's so many sites I have, I originally had.
Stealing your books.
Well, it looks like they stole my book, but they don't have my book.
Oh,
It's a
Right.
site, and
Yeah,
They
it's a
make the sales,
clone,
so-
basically, yeah.
Yep.
Or if you hit the pirate site when you go to download the book, because scanned it, you're also gonna pull down some nice malware.
This nice malware, that's what real ticket end, right, is the malware. The being
So-
able to- yeah.
But there's job searches too. That's a number one for fraud. Because they get you to, all you have to do is fill out that job application and think it looks legit enough. And as soon as they get your name, your address, your job, boom. That's what they do it for.
But another fun thing about this is think about what happens with the data. Is like your marketing, your loyalty card for insert here. That loyalty card ties back to data. We were talking about how they can use predictive sales to determine what you're likely to go do. Because what happens is this. All of that data flows through a handful of connection points. And oh, by the way, this little company you guys have never heard of called Facebook or something called Meta now scoops up all of that data. It goes through Choice Point and a couple of other places.
Yeah.
Your average data cost, your data, just your behavior, is now worth on average $13,000 a year.
Medical data is at least 5 times that.
Investigators can also find, that's how some criminals got caught, they purchased like shovels, tarps, bleach. But they've also used, they're paying with cash because they don't want to be tracked, but they've also used their rewards card. They have actually been caught for that. I'm so serious.
There's nothing more embarrassing than getting caught by, oh, my discount loyalty card.
But I'm saying, we're so ingrained to like use it, right? It's almost an afterthought. It's so habitual, like just take out your card and get it scanned. You're not thinking, I just bought these products for your body. And, and they use it to find them.
Well, and I mean,
Always borrow someone's shovel if you're burying a body.
But they made sure to pay cash so they weren't tracked.
Right, so,
Buy the
again,
shovel or the
exactly,
stuff.
right?
The discount card, they don't think
Because
about
it's happening.
Borrow the shovel.
Because it's happening.
Because they're tracking you with your credit card.
but even
I'm so, go ahead, I'm sorry, it's hilarious. It's like dark.
They let the
burying the body
inmates are
is
in
later.
inside.
Burying the body is
I'm
later.
sorry.
You put mystery and science fiction and vampire writers on a panel. A body burial was coming out.
Bloodsuckers all. So if we talk about the risks and things that go along with this kind of data, now we are actively trying to pursue the idea of a social credit score in the United States. That little spot up north called Canada is actively moving to a very Chinese-like system, where they are actively moving to a system where you will not be able to travel, you will not be able to buy certain things, you will not be able to do certain things within it. One of the things that's happening in the crypto industry is right now, the U.S., like many governments, is working towards its own digital currency. Well, I mean, the move to paper or go to paperless currency in the U.S., I mean, the IMF was originally pushing 2022. Then they went to 2026. Right now, it's around 2030, 2031. Part of the intention behind, if I have access to your crypto and I am going through, so there's also the movement going on right now that things came, which would be crypto. So for those of you that are familiar with, and I grew up in a grocery store, the WIC cards.
Yeah.
Well, if every human being on the planet is operating through a government card, I can determine how much money you can spend on a particular product. This goes to things like carbon footprint. So all of these are behavior-driven activities. And the level of technology that allows us to control these things is what is currently growing. Anybody more paranoid yet?
I started that way. I mean,
Yeah, I know.
Those expectations haven't been.
All right. So
I'm
let's say,
still apologizing to my mother-in-law. We're just a few conversations.
Yeah.
just send her one. So
Can you go back to Canada?
yeah.
I didn't.
So Trudeau. So after the I'm trying to figure out how much money I actually say. After the trucks went through and all the things that got locked down in Canada, Trudeau and the rest of their parliament have actively in the last couple of weeks started pursuing and activating some of the cryptocurrency moves to go to the kind of government controls. They're also actively now passing bills to implement the next tier of social credit score in Canada.
That had to do with funding for the traffic, right?
Not only the GoFundMe, that's what's being used as the excuse.
I was up there when that happened.
I used to work out of Toronto and Edmonton. I know a lot of people up there, and I've done work with the government up there. So there's a lot of work going on to implement security changes. And I will tell you, Trudeau's model is based off of their relationship with China. So what they're pulling over is the same economic model and the same security model in many ways. That's what we see on the Chinese credit score and social credit score. We're seeing the same sort of implementation. And the easiest way to control all of your behavior is about what you can and can't do with currency. And so the crypto crash of the last couple of weeks, because does everybody know the crypto crash the last couple of weeks?
Yes.
Okay.
It's hard not to hear about it if you work anywhere on Twitter.
Yeah. I was telling y'all.
You're on there.
I'm not really on social media. I have things that make it look like I'm on.
Make it look like, well, we should talk about that.
Yeah, we should talk
So
about
let's talk social media. Y'all go, I've been rambling.
I mean, social media is a hive of scumability because just like they're talking about how they can track you and sort of molding your currency, what social media does is limit who you can see and what you see based on previous behaviors, and it does create echo chambers. Excuse me. Because then you can sell stuff to a more controlled group. So it comes back to money. It always comes back to money. I didn't drink anything. And power. And control.
Right.
Ding.
Money is a byproduct.
They put us on this panel together for a reason, can't you so?
And then when you read it, it just creates something.
Yeah, Reddit's a next level.
Yeah.
It's,
Those aren't being paid attention to either.
Of course they aren't.
no one watches Reddit.
No one reads. The general rule is the less you think you're being watched, the
The
more
more
you
you're
probably
being
are.
watched. 5 to 10 posts are all sponsored.
Yeah. But no,
Look at it is forever, so.
I mean, what do you think about it? Like, you have to know, like, you can watch the algorithm, you just stop and think. They start showing you people with similar, like, Twitter is the venue. People with interests like yours post this. And it was nice because I found out our flagging stuff got renewed. I was happy about that. But it also, I started noticing that on a day I was angry, I saw more anger back at me. And then so I've actively fought to be positive, and I get lots of pictures of cats. And I think it's highly recommended.
Yes.
But whatever you give out, you get back. And that's a scary concept because whether you like it or not, it's like the water dripping on the stone. It will start eroding what you think. And I mean, anyone who has any delusions that social media did influence recent events, you're probably hanging under a rock. Find this next. Questions?
Can you delete Facebook and get off of it altogether? And what does it mean? You say you delete it, but it's still there.
It is. It leaves an echo.
Yes.
There is always an echo.
Like it can be activated, but it remains. Yeah.
But it's still,
Nothing ever goes away.
away.
The internet is forever.
I just said that, the internet is forever.
James.
It really is, I'm serious, the internet is forever.
But again, what are they gonna really do with it? I
Ask
mean,
James
they're
Gunn.
not there to be, well,
Yeah.
they're not able to sell you anything at that point if you're not using it.
Well-
People in your posts.
Well,
But it's
yeah,
other people.
So,
if you're
Especially if you get some comments on them.
It's really
Come
impactful.
back up to the top.
No, it's impactful for young people. So I have 3 sons. They are 21, 20, and 18. And so their behavior on social media impacts their ability to apply for college. It impacts their ability to get certain jobs beyond you want fries with that.
I mean, so it's LinkedIn.
Right. So no one's trying to sell them anything, but
no, I meant if she deactivates
Right.
it, now
No.
she's not really a target for anything,
Nobody,
but
right.
your information's still used.
yes. And so I have 2 stalkers. One is an ex-husband, one is an ex-fiance. And they mine my social media to figure out where I'm at, what con. I blocked them on all my social media. They look at who my friends are and try to get in contact with me. So because the internet is forever, the internet has also been used to abuse women. You see boyfriends and ex-partners who release photos of people and are up on their porn sites or things like that, where they've harassed. So this idea of social media is great because I get to talk to my friends that I used to know in New Mexico, and it's great that I get to talk to my friends that now live in Canada. And we're gonna have a whole conversation about why you do bringing the Chinese thing hurt your friend. But my point is, social media, because it is forever, has this very ugly, and Twitter is and Facebook too. They don't give you any avenues to address the abuse that comes with that. And as a person of color navigating these spaces, they're never safe spaces for me. And as a woman, they're also,
It's like you get the double.
I get a woman, hello. Neither of those spaces are ever really kind to me. So the way I navigate them is I use lots of filters and blocks and whatnot, but I also I have limited over the last 20 years ago. I was like, yay, Facebook, here's all my stuff. But now I'm like a lot more reserved in what I do present and what I do online. Because those things, I think someone posted a picture of one of my kids that I had posted like a long time ago on their site. And I was just like, how'd you get a picture of Elazar? He's like, and it's because it was on my site when I posted it, they downloaded it and saved it. And the idea has pictures of my babies.
That's great.
Right? And so you think about, but it's just social media. It's only my friends see this, right? But your friends have other friends who have other friends who have other friends.
And if there is a bad actor, they will always go for the soft point of entry.
Yep.
So that's the reason I post a lot of cat pictures.
That's the reason I have 2 separate Facebook accounts and my kids
Yeah.
don't go on my
Yeah,
professional one.
professional one, yeah.
Yep, professional one. It's all. If you ever wonder why so many pros, it's all pet pictures and recipes and flowers and stuff.
This is why.
That is absolutely a layer of public protection. Also, we just love looking at pictures.
They're gorgeous. But if you're on safe spaces, look at who's following you, because that's one of the things that, like, for me, because I have stalkers, one of them is violent. That's why Jen and people who go with me to cons, if my husband is with me, they know this is a possibility that this person can show up here and hurt me. Please do it. And so, but in social media, I use all my stuff. I use all my filters, I use all my blocks, I don't play around. And you should too. I know some people are like, oh, it's Facebook or it's Twitter, it's fine. And Twitter's not actually fine, right? It's
Correct.
It's just like
any woman on Twitter who's ever looked at their DMs after hey, I have something to show you. Don't look.
And actually, we not hit on what is now the highest traffic site in the world. Since we're talking social media. TikTok.
Yeah, we did not talk about TikTok.
I am still avoiding TikTok. I'm accepting that I am a middle-aged white woman and I have no business there.
I am on TikTok. Because you know, I had 900 and some views, the first video that I posted with my book, 900 and some immediately, and I'm like, I can't get that anywhere else, so.
But it's all professional, right? It's all book stuff or stuff that's really good, right?
It's books are goofy.
Stuff.
Beer.
Yeah.
Stay goofy. That's my general thing. Never put anything online that you wouldn't be comfortable with a stranger seeing
or knowing
around you. Like, treat it like an extension of your personal space, because
TikTok's out of China, right?
Yeah.
Well,
it's banned in certain countries,
well,
right?
So there was a move with TikTok, and I want to talk about it a little bit because the algorithms that they use. Because we're seeing a company who has come out and implemented what are some of the best manipulative algorithms that have rolled out into public space. So with TikTok, and they still have parent ownership out of China, we house a lot of the data side here. They were supposed to go through and be separated and have full ownership in the US. Then that didn't happen.
Of course not.
So yes, there's number one, you still have a lot of Chinese ownership and a lot of movement of data back and forth. Now, when you go post a video on the TikToks, or as I call the toxic tots, The first time you post a video, it immediately gets shown to 250 people within your given region based on a data set, depending on what kind of hashtags and things you use. But it shows it to 250 people. If you get enough people to stop or give it a quick glance or whatever else, then it will bounce that to another 250, which is how you can hit that, is because it then starts to pilot and test. If it falls flat and gets ignored, then it gets ignored. But if you get and hit certain triggers, then the next thing that happens is it gets shown again and hit again and hit again and hit again, because it is designed to get viewers or people that are being engaged, because the entirety of the app is designed, how long can I keep you sucked in? On average, if you pick this thing up and go, I wonder what's happening on the Toxic Talks today, I don't think I'm ever going to get them to sponsor me or anything. Right? Let me go hit, 52 minutes later, you're going to look up on your phone.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wonder what the ADHD rate is for that.
So I can't be on it, I can't watch.
That feels like I look at, you saw me, I'm like, Pokemon Go, I just finished my thing, that's my little like fidget to get it done. I can only imagine what TikTok would do to my poor little.
So the reason I don't post very much is because there's no option to go in there to make your video without having stuff. I can't deal with the audio. So I have to turn it all the way down, go in and click my profile, so it's just my load page or whatever, in order to think. Because I can't.
Because they're getting better at getting your attention, because the ultimate currency that all these apps want, it's not just your money, it's your attention. Because as long as they're holding it, they're not looking at other things. That's your paranoid.
No,
That's your sort of.
but I'm gonna go back. Okay, so I'm not on TikTok, I don't know, but from the sounds of what you're saying, 10-second clips.
It's short clips and it only autoplays. There's no set, like on YouTube, you can have a set playlist and you can have it stop.
This is completely
It's
random.
continuous.
Now, do you remember
He points to the other old guy.
a plug-in, and he knows it too, a plug-in to one of the original Firefox was Stumbleupon. And but it took you to different random websites, based on some criteria at the time. But the more you went, the more, So TikTok is the very short attention span.
Cracked with a little bit of meth.
Yeah.
And
The Wikipedia deep dive,
But
we
you
just
do
keep going
remember
from
that,
one
right?
thing
I
to
mean,
another.
One of the things in 2006 that I stumbled upon, like 15 minutes after it had been introduced, Pandora. And it's like, oh, this is cool. So set up stuff and listen to music in the background.
Oh, they also mind your playlist.
Yeah, of course they do.
Just in case you were wondering.
Yeah, I hope they
Oh, good, that
love
really
Swedish
screws
death
them
metal.
Yeah. They're like, why does this person
Am I
listen?
wrong?
What? What are they listening to?
Why is Britney Spears next to 9 Inch Nails?
Why not? But
in
anyway,
my house, but there's no Britney Spears.
Temporaries.
But so when you look at social media, it is all geared around behavior modification. And these programs, the different platforms are definitively programming you about how to use them.
Yep.
And if you want to know what a platform knows about you, go run an ad. You don't have to actually start the ad, but go start an ad account and just look at all the different options, the ways you can play with data.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Because with Facebook,
You feel kind of evil and dirty.
I do that every time I print checks at work, okay?
but if you want an idea, is the data being collected about you? And after the Apple and Google privacy stuff that changed with iOS 14 and stuff, it forced Facebook to really change and go to a pool-based system and kind of go and say, well, we think you fit in this pool. We think you fit in this pool. But there's a famous experiment that was done that we replicated several times. In fact, we did it one time at a convention where a roommate was able to target and get down to target their roommate with an ad. You could actually get down in the data to target somebody so definitively that you hit one person. We replicated that a number of times.
That is obnoxious.
Yeah, we were. But I didn't do it first.
Can you give lessons?
You actually can't do that anymore.
They changed it.
They did give you some semblance of
Anonymity.
anonymity, some
Anonymity.
semblance.
So, okay, so here's my problem. I feel like I have given social media enough information that it should have a really good idea of who I am.
Yeah.
It should know which boxes I fit into, and every once in a while, there will be a day when I will suddenly get targeted ads that I'm like, who do you think I am? And my only take on that is it like overheard me having a conversation with my husband where I sarcastically said something like, because women aren't people, right? Like,
Oh,
that is the only way.
Are you
that
in
it's
Star
not-
Wars fandom? Is that what you're saying?
That it's not getting the
I
sarcasm.
understand sarcasm.
Because like it is targeting me with a bunch of ads that are so the opposite of everything I do.
I do think they do
occasionally
occasionally
shake stuff up because
Yeah.
and it'll be one day I'll get all this right-wing crazy stuff. Nice try.
She was
freaking out about something.
Well,
Well, she had something come up and she's like, I don't know why I'm getting this breaking stuff. So I grabbed her phone, I'm like, Keynes, God, a bunch of.
And all went away.
It all went
Don't
away.
forget to send it to your mother-in-law.
So I was all of a sudden getting the like, oh, teachers are trying to brainwash your children. Here's
Oh,
some posts, or would you like some concealed carry yoga pants? And I'm like, this is not.
I've had that happen, but it's always one day and then it goes away, so it's.
You're concealed carry yoga pants?
That's probably-
Wait, in your pocket, that's all I'm thinking.
No, it's like a strap.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
It's
if
probably
they-
like they're just.
No. I think it's a good point. Is there hope? Like, because we've gone down a rabbit hole. We know they're listening, they're not watching, but there is a flip side to this. There are things you can do, and there's things that are actually horrible about
well,
data connected. True.
is there hope?
No.
So
Hang on, let me go get the backhoe. We're gonna start digging the hole.
Skynet, right? There's more.
have you
So-
traveled too far down the highway?
Well, here's the thing I'm going to say. There's always hope. Because when we look at certain movements that are going on, one of the things that came out of the idea of the crypto movement, because even when Bitcoin came out, this was not a new technology. It was not a new idea. But there are things that will give us much more autonomy back and certain ability to have ownership. One of the things that we see coming that is very likely going to happen much faster than I would be happy with, that both has a potential of being extraordinarily good and beneficial, and also has a very high likelihood of creating an extraordinary privacy problem, is going to be the movement that wants everyone, when they get on the internet, to be authenticated.
Yeah.
So there's one side of it. Well, and then there's a big sub-movement behind this going and saying, whoa, whoa, no, I don't want to have to prove who I am
Right.
to get on. Because we know, I mean, going back to the flame wars of the days when your modem beeped at you and swore at you in about 12 different languages, it sounded like Klingon. Okay, the Klingon apparatus I heard. But going back to those days of even that flame wars, we absolutely know from the psychology, people, if I feel anonymous, are going to show you their darker halves. Their true selves.
Do we have to look at 4chan?
No.
There's an interesting story behind who owns 4chan these days, but that's a different story.
You can't just say that.
Sure can. But let's say that it involves Disney. And
Doesn't everything?
At this
At
point.
this point.
Yeah,
um,
they own our childhood, let's be real.
so the first thing I'm gonna say is hope comes out of behavior that is intentional. If you know what you're doing and making intentional decisions, yeah, I'm looking at you, feel judged. If you're making intentional decisions, you can control the information that's given out. Because here's the one thing that actually is probably the most concerning of all of it. The most suspicious behavior you can have is to not have a digital footprint.
Right,
Yeah.
off the grid.
Yes.
Off the grid.
And then you try to get your lovely con room for this, in this hotel. I mean, it's gone are the days where you can pay cash for something.
I cannot pay cash for anything.
Oh, you
I
can bring them
have-
down here and hand them cash. and-
I have
Right.
season tickets to the Charlotte SC, so I can go to the Bank of America Stadium, and they won't take cash for me.
No.
No, it's a cashless stadium.
Oh, that's.
Again, you remember who's got the name on the side. I'm not gonna say another word.
Yeah, and they're probably the only ones that have ATMs in there too.
The person from Boston
cashless,
just smiles, it's fine.
So,
Yeah, right. Like somebody can say it, tell me.
I love that.
I love the way you just sneaks it. Yeah, the wordy people
So
are on this
Frankie,
panel.
Again,
no,
10
they're
minutes.
actually stopping 10 minutes before the hour. So
Yeah,
you
so
get
that
to the
you
next
can-
panel.
You can use the restroom, get some water, stay
Well,
hydrated.
Pokemon Ring, just saying.
Buy books at the Coles table, I have books.
So how much does Pokemon know about us and where we are?
Oh, everything.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely everything.
It knows exactly where I'm at. My GPS is on.
Oh, yeah, my GPS is always
Oh,
on.
yeah, yeah.
Yep.
I never have to fear being kidnapped because they will just trace my Pokemon and they.
What gym is she at right now? She's over.
Oh, and so, and let me just tell you, the police actually they download what's in your GPS to find your body and where you went, so if you
I mean,
want.
that is actually a
So
good
if
thing.
you wanna commit a crime, turn it off.
Don't take your
phone
phone.
And don't use
Do
your.
not
words
turn it
hard.
off. Leave
Don't
it
leave it
wherever
home,
you
right?
were.
Yes,
They'll
leave
know
it where
you,
you,
right?
yeah, leave it to where you want it to be.
So you're saying is take the person you want to frame phone with you, leave it with the body.
You can also do that.
Bingo.
Because they will download all the stuff that's in your GPS or on your phone and where it went. So there's a show on,
That question, direction.
there's a show on Hulu called something Net. And it's all about how they use data and to capture people, criminals. Oh, what is it called? Capture the net, no. Something about a net, anyway.
It's on Hulu.
It's on Hulu.
We
You
can
can't miss
use
it.
our little tracking devices.
Look, it'll probably show up on your phone.
Yeah. How many of you get Hulu ads after this?
Yeah, sorry.
And Pokemon Go.
Yeah.
Oh, my fault.
So we got, since we're down to like 20 minutes, he stuck his little head, or the doors at 10, so 20, 25, we've got time. I'm on the next panel in here too, so I don't have to go anywhere. But anyway, so questions.
Yeah, please.
Too many. I mean, way too many questions.
I think that's what the world is. It's about overwhelming you. And sometimes you just take a deep breath and remember the rules. Don't put anything online that you wouldn't be comfortable with a stranger around you knowing.
And
Always leave your phone if you're going to bury a body, and don't use your loyalty card. Preferably borrow a shovel.
or use your mother-in-law's.
My poor mother-in-law. She's so sweet.
Doesn't that whole concept imply that you could implement someone else
You can.
You can.
by your actions, but make them responsible by
Yeah.
setting up?
Yes, that's the scary
false,
thing.
whatever.
So-
Well, and
You
then-
could gaslight and modify a person's behavior to make their online presence look more guilty over time. Have them do things, have them go to the Home Depot, have them buy this random
What
stuff.
channel is that?
Well,
How to get away with murder?
How to Get Away with Murder. Do not do what that one author in California did. That's for sure. Don't actually do it.
Don't
print
Don't do murder.
That's right.
It's a very simple thing. Don't murder.
But the key point of that.
I should mention I'm a pacifist. Despite the books are right, I am one.
But one of the things is, like, even though there's all this digital data that can be used to frame someone, DNA is DNA. And so many times, like, some people don't know about touch DNA. And so, and criminals they tend not to be very.
Despite
educated.
what you see on TV, they're not all criminal geniuses.
No, and so they don't know, they think, well, I have not exchanged bodily fluids with that person, but I did grab them and shove them in the car, right? But you can't get fingerprints on the body, well, they can. a super glue box, super glue.
Your hair, but always make sure your hair is really restrained because.
But they can also, like, touch DNA, we can also determine that even though it looks like Bob did this, it's actually Sue did this because it's her DNA on the body.
Well, which means, this goes back to if you want to take somebody out, go buy the burner phone, steal somebody's wallet with the loyalty cards in it, so you can set them up that way, take cash.
Make sure to wear gloves, keep your hair back, don't touch anything.
Oh, yeah.
Wearable have that level one suit.
Yeah.
Wear a baseball cap if you're checking out, because there are cameras everywhere and cover your face.
Every Target has caught a lot of criminals.
Bury them under endangered plants, because it can't.
And if
That
you,
is-
or yeah, vertical also helps because it throws
And
off.
now
the
with all of our phones listening.
Yeah, we are all
We're
mystery
writers and
writers.
analysts.
I write mysteries for.
I called a dealership and asked if a Dodge Charger could hold a 6-foot body in it. A 6-foot male, white male body. And they're like, this is very specific. I'm like, I'm an author, not a murderer.
Yeah.
And so they told me. They actually calculated the dimensions and told me.
So,
Probably
You're
in one of
just
the
talking
mechanics.
trunk,
You look
right?
like you're keep crawling, yeah, Bob's.
I wonder if they did, because they came back very definitively and said yes.
would you like pictures? We have a mechanic we were having to get rid of anyway.
So that's all social media. What happens when you're on other things?
So,
What else?
Like your Alexa or your.
so I will mess with people because I'm an evil person. And I know this is a shocker. So like when we start a continual panel occasionally, I will play the game of, I will go say, hey Alexa, or I will go say, hey.
Yeah,
Hey,
and it
Siri.
triggers your speaker through the.
Because I don't let that crap in my house.
I never have it in any place that I don't like I always have it in my kitchen, and I never talk about anything serious in my kitchen.
We have like multiple Alexas through the house, like I say Alexa and then I hear from 2 different directions, like,
Yeah.
yes. And
I
my
wonder how
husband's name
many
is
of
Alex.
my-
I don't care.
So mine is always listening, actively listening, because my husband's name is Alex, so I say, hey, Alex, and then ding.
We have them through our house too, but we have the Android version because my husband hates Apple products.
But
Yeah.
let's hit on the biometrics for a couple minutes. We got a couple.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we do have biometrics. Your fingerprint is not your own.
Your face is not your
And
own.
your face is not your own.
Nope.
There's a reason I have a hat with me for when I'm traveling. So if you see me like outside of the con, I'm usually like this with a face mask. I'm like, yep. Face masks are wonderful.
I know, they're great.
Yeah, we know it's a
We
guidance, maybe
know.
at best. But anyway,
So yeah, so like I'm fully aware that I can open my phone with my fingerprint, but I also know that if I'm dead, someone can also unlock my phone with my fingerprint. Or the coroner can put my finger on and unlock my phone.
I will give a case of somebody very recently whose husband passed. Everything was secured in the phone. They had to go to the funeral home because the only way to unlock the phone to get to everything for them
Is it face?
was to go use the face.
Yep.
And talk through the fact of the challenges they had of making sure to meet the dimensions, because when you're dead, you've already had all blood flowing inside out of you, all this kind of good stuff.
Yep.
But
Gotta get really close.
It's a mess.
he gets messy.
Why do we all know this on this panel? Oh my god.
Because we're writers.
That-
I didn't know it, I'm learning.
Oh,
I'm a
dark
mystery writer,
side.
so.
Everything was just passwords, you just didn't have that.
But if you.
You just guessed everyone's kid's birthday. Like,
No, you just find a sheet of paper that your mother-in-law had in the back of her Bible without passwords on it, you good.
Well, no, you the password book from Barnes and Noble.
That.
Or the Post-it notes on the monitor. How many people have looked at it all and just
I
gone?
guess if they were older people, yeah.
I still find those in an office in 2022.
You just need to put password or ABC123.
Look, you don't know how many people
Hello,
still
1, 2,
use
3.
that.
Oh,
But-
we did that.
Oh, yeah.
The number of cameras that are around you at any given time.
Yep.
The idea of, yes, I'm gonna cover my face, yes, I'm gonna do all of these things.
But
It
you have to do
doesn't
it
buy you
every-
that much.
It's
Because the biometrics are not just about your face, your retina, your fingerprints. It is about the way you walk. It is about gait and movement. And everybody's gait and movement is typically unique enough that I can grab enough other data points to definitively get down to a person unless you have been very specifically trained on how to alter your gait and movement.
Mine would be stopping at every Poke stop.
Well, that's gonna be added to my list.
Yeah. So the idea of how well can I mask myself underneath makeup? This is the reason that they are trying to make illegal the very realistic lifelike masks that are out there.
Yeah, they use those at the, if you saw, you may have seen some of them when there was like the protest in Chicago.
Yeah.
You might have seen lots of people wearing those very realistic masks or different masks to throw off the facial recognition.
And
That's actually one of my stories.
And actually, I do want to throw one more thing out there, just, is how precedent the technology is now to be able to fully deepfake a human being.
Oh, yes, I have seen that.
So now you have to question not only the audio, not only the video that you see, you have to question, is it a real person?
The authenticity, yeah.
If it is a real person, is that the person you're looking at?
Yep.
Because, look at the quality of the freeware you can load on your phone to be a deepfake, to be in a music video. Look at how quickly it can map and mask your voice. I was in an experiment. What year is this?
2022.
I think that was 2010, 2011. It was in Dublin at a tech show. We were in the back room playing with some of the advanced stuff. They were able to take a vocal sample of my voice of less than 30 seconds and be able to hit within an 88% accuracy my voice, regardless of what we wanted to go with.
Yeah.
And this was running off of commercial technology at that point, even though this was not a commercial show. But we were able to mask my voice within an 88% accuracy. If I read the exact same script, they could map that to close enough that even technology couldn't tell. Now, you're talking 99.9999999.
You're so great.
We feel like we should give them a run.
But yes. So, but I want to thank my panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, and amazing audience. It's really great to have people engaged. Also, sorry for whatever is in your search history.
I consider it dinosaur search.
It was I'll say it involved a Tyrannosaurus and a part of your body.
Holy hell, we see.
It wasn't like an Ankylosaurus or a Stegosaurus. I mean, that's
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jay.
I'm so sorry. I thought it gave you a hug. Of course you get your hug. I thought you gave me a hug.
Oh, that's right. We're speaking of the machines watching.
Yeah.
We're just online.
You don't even know what camels you're with? That was a good one. I got moved to this one.
Alright, so next up in here, I've got, so you can leave your watch, I'm going back to
Talking about people listening, remember what they were saying about they were recording?
Yeah, no, I realized it about the way through. Yeah, I hear it. So, all three. There it is, and that's.
Okay, we need to find a place. Unfortunately, it's not good for the box. I just have. Yeah, because Chris has an out right here beside him.
That's all Patrick. That's all really. Howdy. Doing good. If you have any questions, this little section is mine. I'll be happy to. The third one just came out. Just literally, this is the first time that I've had the third book. Yeah, it was amazing. That's what we're here for.
Did you not expect this, seriously?
I'm here helping again. Thank you. There's also, if you go right in the corner, there's a big rack full of. Well, they're all basically in contemporary piece, but they're three very different things. I've got this series. Every one is a different. I have to find a home for it. I'm 1.7%. About 2 more months around the second book, first draft done, and I need to get started, I think first two I try. Really enjoy that, sure. Really is a great writer. That's a wolf in the night. Yeah.
It's so early, isn't it?
Yeah, have fun.
There's less chairs.
No, over here.
There's more moderate, there's more people on this panel than chairs.
That's fine. Oh,
We
they stole more chairs from the moderator.
They double book you guys for Mikey Mason for half an hour, so we're gonna.
I don't know what we're doing. I'm not the moderator. I don't know what's going on. I'm just here.
Yeah, that's pretty much all it's. This is Jason.
You gotta really enjoy this.
And just a few chairs.
What panel is this?
What?
Oh, yeah.
The bits over there.
I've been introducing my buddy Matthew every morning.
I'm just, trying to figure out what I'm doing.
All right. What's supposed to do?
Oh, we have chairs this time? That takes all the fun out of it.
Yeah. Well, they stole it from the audience.
I'll get expert skills some more.
A whole bunch in the other room over there.
That's what he said.
It must go to tonight.
I'm reading chairs. Come on in.
I'm coming. I gotta do more.
Everyone does.
I only see him like once every couple of years, so I have to be especially late when I can.
Well, it's only for a lot of these issues, it's like,
Are we together all weekend?
I know, yeah. It's like every panel, so what's going on? All right, I guess.
I'm gonna do some cheese.
Yeah, it's like,
I've got freeze-dried skills.
yeah, that was right. I was curious about that. This is like puffed pepper jack.
Hey, the mood is good.
Yeah,
I like the cheddar. I haven't tried the pepper jack yet.
it's,
What's that? I like those, but I do regular Skittles.
I know, I'm gonna have to get a bag of those.
He was giving them.
That's a lot easier to eat than
Yeah, because the Skittles are going.
You chew them forever. They never go away.
Yeah, no, if you try some.
Just freeze dried Skittles.
That's a lot better than that freeze-dried astronaut ice cream we got as a kid. When I lived in Texas and the big school field trip was go to NASA and you got the.
Mildly ice cream flavored dust.
Yeah, and you got freeze-dried, this is what astronauts eat this, when you go to space and these kids would be like, ugh.
That's not making me want
I know, it's like, you're supposed to encourage us to go to.
However, also, the regular ice cream we grew up with.
Well, yeah, when you like licked it with a wooden spoon, you had to risk getting a splinter.
I would trade this time my grandpa stopped and bought me this
Everyone just randomly aligned.
I'll never forget the logic of my grandpa taking my cousins out to the local Las Vegas store to buy us our first bow and arrows and freaking out because we tried to buy some hats. And he was convinced that we were gonna get lights on the hats and on bows and arrows, and we're just like, there's a level of safety here. And as the kids, we were figuring this out. If you wouldn't let us buy the hats, because we were convinced they were the rest of them. Here, have a bow and arrow and some metal tipped arrows, and take out the woods and stick it
definitely a different time when we were all kids.
Oh, yeah, it was.
Hey, Charles, how are you? Hey, it's been better. Singing in the hot. Yeah. I've been better, man. At least I'm here.
There you go.
Is this going to get Robert chairs or something?
What's that?
So is this going to get Robert chairs or something?
Yep.
That does not have a crowd.
Jim went to go steal more.
Might be a little cell phone piece. At costs like this, a lot of times.
I'm so far from more costs.
Yeah.
I didn't really fully read what this was gonna be. I thought it was gonna be like answering questions from the audience, not like, oh, you come up with that.
I was, you know, like, oh my goodness, because I'm not a science person. I write books.
I was like,
It's validating.
Jackson, conservative.
Oh, I have worked some that can turn you inside. I have a coworker. I don't know where he gets his information, but I would love to see the rabbit trail on the internet.
I am from Southwest Virginia. All of it. That is the predominant.
Yeah, I got small town South Carolina.
I got a couple of panels I'm on, I'm like, well, that's just gonna be fascinating. I'm gonna enjoy being on this one.
I got this, I'll do with improv tonight, then tomorrow I talk comic book, Star Wars. I'm Disney Plus, and then I talk wrestling. I'm gonna hold this poker channel.
That just sounds like a fun schedule.
I'm on news finals in any way, I don't even know what that is.
That's to do with
It's Shrewsbury, which means
Oh, it's fun.
I'm getting tortured, yeah, I'm getting tortured for the.
I didn't do, I'm not great at victims. I know.
Star Wars, no, there's a decent English, yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Yes.
What did I do this time?
Nothing yet.
Nothing yet.
Wait, advance though.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. improv baton.
Hey, I didn't know you were coming.
When somebody walks in and just starts pointing at you, I'm always just.
I thought maybe that's why you're.
The thing that I believe in is that this is legal crime.
Yeah, I believe that.
Tell you, the sour sugar on the.
Dehydrated skills.
Yeah, free straight.
So they just skills.
Who's riding this crazy train today?
I guess I'm driving this crazy.
I'm so glad it's you and not me.
Yes, it's also 6:30.
Oh, all right.
Well, that's moderated the last panel, walking around, which is much more dangerous.
This is all.
There we go. Who are we?
Get your flag.
They'll show up when they want. Yeah, I know. But since this is my panel,
It's anarchy, I tell you, anarchy.
Yes, it's my panel, it is anarchy. Which panel is this?
I believe in dogs and cats.
So-
we believe in what?
Is one that I picked up from having done it at a number of other conventions we brought here a number of years ago called You Believe What? And it's one of those things that is always one of the fun topics for me is why do people believe what they believe? It's part of the reason I get to write fiction is creating and telling stories of exploring why people do what they do, and often people do what they do because they have specific beliefs. And so in here, and we may, we'll probably have a little bit of fun with some controversial stuff. We are being recorded, so everybody has to behave somewhat.
No.
I am not held liable for the bad decisions made by anybody other than me and maybe Charlie.
Okay, whoever put me on this panel, it's their fault.
Blame God. So, before we get started and talk about what this insanity will be, and I already regret this. So, I'm Jim Knowles. I work in technology, consulting, do a bunch of weird stuff. I'm also a writer, fiction, nonfiction, smart ass. And I do a bunch of other stuff too. I'll just say that y'all get a bunch of times this weekend. Charlie, you're up.
Oh, boy. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Charlie Kaufman. I have a background in marine biology and environmental studies. I currently do GIS computer mapping. I study natural systems, natural disasters. I currently work for the federal government. Please don't ask me which one. I forgot my sunglasses and I don't have my flashy thing with me. So, when I'm not doing that in my fun time, I like to do Godzilla impacts, zombie outbreak studies, and Sharknado models.
And tell people.
Yes, and I did once break the internet with a wizard attack. So.
My name is Sammy Castle, not so that it feels stupid. I am a North Carolina-based filmmaker, actor. I also do a thing called Sammy the Comic Book Man, where I go around to elementary schools, libraries, middle schools, and do presentations encouraging kids and sometimes seniors to read specifically comic books, but basically to read anything. I also do comedy improv sometimes, and I'm really compared to everybody else on this panel.
I am Sister Ronnie, and I'm not nearly as interesting as these three. By day, I work in IT specifically. I am a Microsoft Azure systems manager. I also work for public utilities and have been in the public water for almost 20 years now. Other, I'm a writer. I publish our fiction, dark fantasy and horror as S.H. Roddy, and I do also I write all kinds of romance as Shimon Day, and I'm not really sure why I'm here other than most of the heck of
Science.
my job.
Science.
Now, so the one thing I want to say is before we go into this and preface some of the things on this panel, I do like talking about this topic and coming in and having fun with it and exploring it. There may be some certain topics. If somebody asks a question, why does somebody believe in X? I may go say no, and we're going to move on because I'm going to try to avoid certain controversies that may have happened or certain topical things that would maybe take us down dark paths. Because if we go down a dark path, I will have fun with that topic, and I will disturb everyone in here extraordinarily thoroughly.
That's the man.
Please, please, can we?
As I did, and I made an entire room of 250 scientists stop and reconsider this. So we really don't want to go down that path.
Yes, we do.
Because there's not enough people, enough people here for me to break that way. I say that on occasions. So I want to start with, what is one of the things that we look at in terms of, because one of the things that we have seen happen a lot over the last couple of years, and for those of you who were sitting on the social media panel, we were talking a bit, the people who are listening panel, I am obviously just not meant to be, thank you very much. I'm sitting down and the brain's not working yet. One of my favorite things to always talk about, and I'm going to openly admit before I say what it is, I am accidentally a card carrying member. Because I have a credit card, I was in Dublin, I was involved, and that's how I became a card carrying numbered member of the Flat Earth Society. Yeah! It cost me $20. Check, please.
And that's when I became the smartest guy.
For $20. For $20, and my twisted sense of humor going and saying, well, that looks entertaining. It looks like good crap to go in the background behind me. Did I mention holes and balls? I'm like, sure. I entirely forgot about it. So 4 months later, this package shows up from China. It has a flat globe, what? A certificate, a number with my membership number, a card, all sorts of paperwork, and propaganda for me to use.
It was a map?
Kindling.
Yes, it was a flat globe.
It was a literal map or what?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
And this, word got around the world.
So they got members all around the world.
Yeah.
I openly say, while I have this membership, I firmly know that the Earth is roughly elliptical and looks like a drunken egg as it wobbles around. Yes. So I want to talk a little bit about what is one thing that you've looked at that you have found interest in, though no matter what you do, you know it has to be absolutely beyond the point of absurd. So Charlie.
Yes.
Don't make me start calling stuff out here.
All right. I will tell the story because it's one of Jim's favorite. I joke a lot in my, I have a Godzilla talk. I talk about all these weird fanciful creatures. Does anybody remember 2016 when the eclipse came through the States?
Yes.
So what occurred was, since I make maps and computer GIS, and that's my big thing, these wonderful people from a branch of NASA created this wonderful map and said, best places to eat at Waffle House during the eclipse. This is really cool. They also then made a map that said best possible places to see Bigfoot during the eclipse. I thought this was hysterical. So I took the map and I gave it to my public information officer at my job, and I said, check this out. It's a government resource. Somebody printed this out. And he said, well, why can't you do the same thing with the lizard man? And I honestly, at that point, didn't know. I said, what the hell is the lizard man? And so I looked it up, and South Carolina has its own cryptid.
Oh, yeah?
We're special.
We're special. So I looked it up, and so I did this research, and I started coming up with these news articles. And what was great as a mapper is that the lizard man only showed up on the side of the road at locations that I could actually map. So I started mapping them, and just by pure coincidence, all the locations came very close to where the eclipse where the eclipse was going through. So I made this map, tongue in cheek.
That's great.
Tongue in cheek and said, lizard man sightings throughout South Carolina history. Here's where they eclipse. And I wrote up this little paragraph and said, we don't know whether lizard people become more active during solar eclipses, but if you're in the area, see something, say something, which is what got us in trouble. I sent this map to my public information officer and said, here, how you go? I thought that would be the end of it. He stuck the government logo on it and tweeted it. Now, I don't know anything about the internet. You know, I'm not a twit. I don't put this stuff out there.
Not tweet.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute.
Yeah. Well, okay, not about that.
Speaking of things I believe in.
Yeah. So the next morning, I turn on the news to check the weather, see what the traffic's gonna be like, and there's the news people with my map talking about the lizard man in South Carolina, and I'm like, and they're excited, and I'm like, this is a problem. And while I'm driving to work, my phone and my Facebook is blowing up with all my friends asking, what did you do? And it's like, okay, this is going to be local. Like nobody gets it, South Carolina. Well, apparently, even the only thing, it was a slow news day. So all of South Carolina picked it up. And then the AP Newswire grabbed it. So Twitter goes viral. Charlotte, like the Charlotte Observer, and then all of a sudden CBS grabbed it. And then the top thing in the country was South Carolina is reporting lizard man sightings again. And they go through the history of the lizard people. I didn't know in South Carolina there's a lizard man festival. They have it every year. You can go get a beer and walk around and look at all the places. CNET magazine picked it up. Like the BBC picked it up. It went international. Right now, if you Google SCEMD lizard man, you will find the tweet. It totally skewed. Like the number one thing we're supposed to do is warn people about hurricanes. It for a while was over. People couldn't find hurricanes; they were finding lizard men. Somebody in a news organization in Japan called us to do an interview wanting to learn about the lizard people. You always hear about these terms like, oh, somebody broke the internet, this thing went viral. I didn't know what that meant until this point. So I learned very quickly that there's like either a great love of this insanity or that these people actually like believe that this thing is swapping around the swamps of South Carolina.
It's your fault.
Okay.
I had to live through this because there's a story.
All right, well, yeah.
I have my own as well.
But the absolute best thing about this was I had a very good friend who was in the Peace Corps in Mexico. One of her sponsoring agency, like now that it's going all over the planet, gets the tweet, gets the story, looks at it and goes, didn't you go to school in South Carolina? And she shows the tweet to my friend who takes one look and goes, yeah, and I know the idiot that made the map. So yes, cryptids are this huge thing that I'm just like, oh yeah, Bigfoot sightings, this is all fun. And like, people believe this stuff.
Yes.
So.
I'll mention the fact that I grew up in a town where this happened. And I was in media at that point, and I actually got stuck covering some of the lizard man stuff. We might have had but anyways, what questionable choices have you made that have led to international incidents?
Well, I can't go there. I can't talk that. I didn't cause an international incident. However, I did fall down a rabbit hole. As I said, I'm a filmmaker. At some point, somewhere down the line, it crossed my feed, my books, something I picked up and read about the moon landing being fake.
No.
Stanley Kubrick, of all people. I don't know a lot of the technical side of movies. I don't know a lot of the ins and outs. I don't want to know that stuff. I'm an actor. I'm a producer. They show up and say, hey, we lost our horses for tomorrow. Can you find us 4 brown and tan horses for tomorrow? Sure, 2 phone calls, I got horses coming in. That's the kind of stuff I know. Then I go to some trees and make myself look like a bigger idiot. So I get to watch this one of these videos about Stanley Kubrick taking the moon landing. And I'm like, this kind of makes sense. I mean, all this stuff can be done. I got guys that can do this, that can actually take this and replicate it on a screen where everybody thinks it really happened. How? I don't understand what. Okay, so now we're making a movie about visiting the planet, the moon, and it not really happening, but it's happening. And then we started seeing it in movies pop up everywhere. There was one here recently. What was that? I don't think there was a movie where it actually showed how they did the landscaping and everything and how it was actually filmed. And I'm going, huh, this really makes sense. Did Kubrick really fake the moon landing? Did the government hire him to do this?
Yeah, was one. They did a James Bond film.
But it was like God, there was something recently. Well, maybe it was the Project Blue Book, maybe. Anyway, there was something here recently where they actually somebody died on the moon, and they explained how it all happened through this. Am I looking at this right?
Oh, that was like 17, or 17 or whatever it was. Actually,
Okay. Yeah, something like that.
Wait, we've lost an astronaut on the moon?
No.
Oh, no.
And Superman. Hey, and just for surprise, it wasn't fake either.
Stanley Kubrick is such a perfectionist, he insisted they film on location.
So yeah, the moon landing faking, because we can't actually go into space is the rabbit hole that my favorite wants to go down. I actually went down and was like, this could really happen. We have questions?
I was just gonna say, I'd actually heard that the moon landing that what we saw on TV was what other people saw on TV was fake. Because they didn't want to show the actual base that we have on the moon.
Yeah, and that's the other good belief.
Well, I just heard a story the other day that's been going around that the first 2 astronauts that went into space actually never came back, and they were Russian. Nobody, Russians just did it, and claimed it didn't happen. So.
I don't think Laika came back.
Not alive, not alive.
No, that's the dome.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now the collector has All right, Miss Ronnie, what do you have down there?
Okay, so I'm a lawyer, which means it's kind of partially my job to follow these rabbit holes. Unfortunately, I'm a little bit too cynical to believe most of it. My husband, however, every time he gets on the internet, I'm running damage control because anytime he reads, he believes. I mean, okay, so you remember the commercial several years back with the internet dating the dude claiming he was French, showing up at the door, he's like one of us, bonjour. Yeah. My husband is the woman in that relationship that's supposed to believe everything. So I have followed any and every folklore, mythology, weird conspiracy rabbit hole there is. They all entertain me. And it's not nearly as entertaining as these two, but I got a bone to pick with you.
Okay, bring it.
So,
Out of the line of fire.
I worked in, again,
Your husband's still walking.
mainly because it entertains me. So I work for a public utility, and the person in question is actually in control of the public water systems in the water treatment facility. And he's one of these nut job conspiracy theorists. And we're not going to get into all the crazy government conspiracies that he's got going on because, let me tell you, I got no words for that. He got hold of this lizard man thing.
I'll tell you the thing the other day.
That's it.
I'm having trouble verbalizing just how stupid this whole thing was.
Because apparently I am the person, when he gets a new crazy conspiracy theory, I'm the person he has to try it out on because for some reason he thinks I'm going to believe his nut job stuff. So he gets hold of this lizard man thing. He comes to the office where I am, all the way from the other side of the county, with this folder of stuff, his research over the last 25 years on the lizard man. And this
I didn't go
thing,
that deep.
and this thing saying, look, it's true. They tell me it's true. I swear I've seen him. I'm like, what the hell are you smoking? I'm not sharing, first of all. Then we get into so after that, then he comes back a couple of weeks later and he actually took that map. He followed that trail from looking at the damn lizard man again. Mad because he couldn't find him.
Gee, let me.
And I mean, I'm just sitting going, I got nothing.
For everyone that hasn't figured it out, like the original sighting of the kid that came up with the very first lizard man sighting was on the side of the road in the middle of the night near a giant swamp, fixing a tire, and claims he got attacked by, and if you read the article report, he sounds like he was drinking underage, fixing a tire on the side of the road near a swamp, and got attacked by an alligator, and came up with this giant mythical monster that attacked him to get over the fact that he was drinking heavily, drunk, and
This whole claims to have seen the lizard man. Okay? And then he went and looked for him again, and it's your fault. But I had to survive Lizard Gate.
Now, look, I mean, if you hadn't seen him, that doesn't necessarily mean he's not.
Trust me, if he was out there, I'd have found him and fed this guy to him.
Again, you're taking the wrong tactic. Remember, you have to go from looking for the lizard man during the right season.
Yeah,
So look up alligator mating season. So let's look
up alligator mating.
I am not drunk and I need to be.
So now that we've kind of explored the lizard man, and anyway, so now we've kind of looked at the lizard man, and talked about, so the next thing is, why do people enjoy these kinds of things? I mean, things that we could look at and say, that might not pass the sniff test, but we can always then come up with a reason to say, but it's plausible. So, at what point, and everybody's tolerance for plausible is different. However, what I consider that tolerance within the realm of realistically plausible, and some of what shows up on late night TV, might be a little different. So what is it you guys think about looking at plausibility that allows people to go and say, well, yeah, the lizard man is staying at the Waffle House.
That's right.
Doing science.
I mean, so dude's got to eat.
Waffle House in town, actually.
So, what is it for you guys if you look at something that, when you look at something that you absolutely know is not anywhere in this realm of, I can buy it's plausible. So maybe because looking at the moon landing and going and saying, well, I can create a realistic reason because maybe the government was concerned that the video quality was not going to be good enough, or they didn't necessarily want to show people sinking into the moon surface.
Or they're hiding the secret base.
They're hiding McDonald's on the other side of the moon. I don't know.
My favorite story about the moon landing, it's one that it's that plausibility maybe, is that the original feed back from the moon actually was very high-res digital format. And the relay, the station that was in Australia, they actually had to convert it down to the broadcast that everybody saw. The computers that take to do that back then were, warehouse-sized level and very expensive. So once the broadcast went out and they converted it to a size that, a couple reel-to-reel tapes that everybody could use, they're like, well, everybody's got it now, and to save space, time, and money, they deleted the high-res images because not gonna need this anymore. This is too expensive to keep. Everyone now has this. So at one time, super high-res digital images of the moon landing did exist, but back then it was too expensive to keep, and they thought, well, everyone would be fine with the grainy black and white stuff because it's proof. That's my favorite story.
Wow.
Yeah, that's, and it's just plausible enough to go, and might actually.
No.
Yeah, but.
You don't know mine.
I'm still concerned that the person that controls the water live.
To be fair, he doesn't actually do anything but play on the internet looking for crazy conspiracy theories. Everybody else at the planet actually manages the system and makes things work.
Oh. Okay.
We don't need him unattended.
Now, I'm on the other side of that. That is the exact person you want protecting your water supply. Because he believes everything is gonna happen. So he's gonna be ultra guardian of it.
Me being at the bar afterwards, we're thinking about this time travel conspiracy theories.
I mean, that's fine as long as he can't take care of my water.
All right, go ahead.
Aliens being kept in Hangar 13, right?
Okay, I have a fun story about that.
I lived in Dayton. I visited Hangar 13. That's where all presidential planes are stored for the Air Force Museum.
Well,
So-
old presidents way.
I guess.
Oh, yeah, totally.
I didn't see a spacecraft in the back.
We get some back. Come back.
So I actually have a lot of friends that have worked at Wright Pat over the years. That is always one of the first things. Now, a number of years ago, and I will tell this fun little story. If not, it's on y'all. And so we were out at the bed, sitting around having a few drinks and had on my late night radio shows, and this is about 20 years ago.
Art Bell.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And he's like, why are we listening to this? And he says, well, because we're waiting to hear something. Okay? And going through, and going through. Okay, we can shut it off now. I'm like, okay. What it was they were using a particular story to determine where the leak was in the office. Because these 5 different versions of the reports had gone out, and they were looking to see who used a particular fact. Because that particular fact got out was to make a phone call for somebody who was now serving federal prison time. Now, I say this, and the fact that also I will not call him a friend, somebody I went to college with, that I had certain associations with, was also the public affairs officer for Nellis Air Force Base, going towards Area 51. Now, I've spent a bunch of time in Vegas, and the Janet flights that go back and forth and all of that kind of stuff. He had 2 business cards, one of which, of course, had the flying saucer on it that he crashed. Now, the question, in terms of personal belief, is there life out there in the universe? I statistically believe it is damn near impossible to say it's not. Are they parking in the middle of nowhere and making obstacles? I have a real hard time going and saying, that makes sense to me, despite the fact what the government's doing right now, which you look at that and go, yes, exactly what lie are you wanting to spin? Because I don't trust most things that come out from government PR because I've known too many people that worked in government PR. So, Charlie, how about you? What is it for you that, oh wait, you're in government PR, never mind.
What I love about working for the government is that people like believe the conspiracy theories, and I'm like, you don't get it, guys. It's not that. It's like it's easier to believe that we made it to the moon and back than that they're covering up the fact that it was fake.
Right.
You know, there's not enough.
Like 9/11.
Yeah, there's not enough infrastructure to fake the moon landing. It was easier for them to go and get back. You know?
So, fine. So, Sammy, what about you? Explore this idea of aliens. Other than the fact you've already had them on film sets.
I think it's about imagination. We're
we're seeing a slow erosion of imagination. But I think because there were so little things to do back in the day, in the 40s and the 50s, and even before then, you had to entertain yourself, and you had to entertain your family, and you had to entertain. So the kid by the road attacked by an alligator suddenly turns into the lizard. You know, the moon landing turns into aliens, and I'm with you. I believe that we're awfully egotistical if we think we're the only beings. But how much interaction and that kind of stuff is going on is a whole different thing. Bigfoot. I mean, you just go down to the chupacabras. A diseased dog runs into a village and attacks a kid. You know, suddenly that becomes a chupacabra because that's what you take. The chupacabra is going to come get you if you don't behave. You know, so it's. I think it all leads from imagination, from writers, and I mean it goes all the way back to the beginning of time. Nero played the fiddle while Rome burned, complete facsimile, written by somebody.
It was good political discourse.
Yeah, and it was probably written for a reason, all the way up through cowboy times, you know, where Billy the Kid wasn't as big and extravagant as it was, as he actually is written to be, but it's all comes from imagination. And I think that's where our fascination with this stuff comes from. We want to believe in everything. Even, I don't know, you know, all y'all are scientists, so I know you look at it from a more analytical. I'm more of an artist where I don't think analytically about anything. I click on the little thing has a fancy headline, and I click on it and go, oh, that happened. You know, so it's, but my imagination, I want that to be real. So, you know, I'm going to look for Bigfoot in the woods. I got no problem with it. I may never run into him. But that doesn't mean he's not there, because the internet tells me. So. I don't know if that made any sense.
Yes, it did.
Okay.
Well, we know we're here.
Boy, I drug this down, didn't I? Let me get back to my crack.
Well, we know we're here out there. You're seeing the lights in the sky anyway. It's all right.
Okay. So, as a writer, again, I read a lot of mythology, a lot of folklore. I love that type of thing. And like Sammy said, we want to be able to believe in things. We want that whimsy. We want something that's not so just steeped in fact and heavy. Part of it is the mystery and natural curiosity that people have. You know, I have 2 relatively small children, and they're constantly asking me things like, are unicorns real, or dragons real, or mermaids real? And my answer is always, just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean it's not real. Because, and that's very much the truth. I can't tell you if Bigfoot's actually real or not. You know, if aliens do exist, which I kind of hope they do, it's pretty obvious that they're a lot smarter than the human race. I would hope so anyway, because.
But can't drive. Damn.
Well, I mean, there's a big old planet in the way. Move the planet, they'll be fine.
You're scheduled for demolition into a hyperspace bypass.
I feel like we're the trailer park in the universe.
We really come on.
Well,
Yeah, we got Earth on your back.
statistically, if you look at it this way, it's like if intelligent life, you know, if the alien spaceships do exist and they're out there, they're just now getting our broadcast signals, and so they're just now looking at Gilligan's Island. They're avoiding
stupid stuff we're saying right now, going, no, we don't want to.
They're avoiding the, you know. So by the time they finally decide maybe where we're talking to, we're.
You know, if you do look historically, there is a kernel of truth in most mythology and folklore. The story has to start from somewhere. And you're talking about a lot of stories. In some cases, they are so old it goes back to oral tradition only. And everybody knows that telling a story is kind of like playing a game of drunken telephone. The more it gets told, the more fantastic it's going to get, the more interesting it's going to get, because you're going to want to hold it. Every person is going to have their own spin on that story. So something that may have been, I mean, you look at, Greek mythology talking about Achilles and his heel being his only weakness. In truth, he was probably a great warrior. He ended up getting a cut on his foot, which got infected, got into his bloodstream and killed him. But of course, that was however many centuries ago, and then, millennia, whatever. We don't know what the truth is, but there could have been something there. I would love for unicorns to actually be real. That's just me as a kid. I loved unicorns, and I still love any kind of mythological creature, any kind of fantastic thing that could be real, that could prove that, it's okay to have that imagination. I want them to be real. I can't tell you they're not, so.
Well, technically, I think the Elasmobirium, the unicorn, they found in the tundra.
They found single part animals, and
Yeah. Well, I mean, you still got the narwhal.
yeah, but just the sea unicorn, and it's just as nasty as ever. Never mess with a unicorn, they're man eaters.
What is a pet?
Going back to my misspent youth when I was studying being an anthropologist and some of the work that I did and whatnot, a lot of everything we look at is based around the idea of what do we have as fact? What is the basis in which we can go and say this is fact? Like I can definitively say this is an overpriced phone.
That is a fact.
But I can say for a fact, my hand is not going to go through this paper. However, if I do this about 100 trillion times between now and the end of the universe, it is going to magically line up so that the magnetic fields that hold together the bonds in my hand and the bonds in this table, at some point I'm going to go, oh hell, and get my hand stuck in the middle and go, what the hell just happened? And statistical odds with my life, the time it will happen is while I'm going, see? But the other side of it too is there are the things that we know, and know is the most dangerous word. I actually believe no is a more dangerous word than I believe. Because if I'm willing to say I believe, I am putting in the fact that there could be doubt. I'm putting in the idea that this is based on my understanding. This is based on my belief systems. This is based on all the fun stuff. However, if I go and say I know definitively, that is a dangerous word because I am eliminating a lot of my willingness to then challenge my belief systems. I mean, a lot of the things that we're talking here and having fun is chasing dopamine. Because if I get to hit that fun conspiracy theory, I get that dopamine hit that says, well, this is a rabbit hole, I can go down. I love a good rabbit hole. I love the things of modern folklore. And I love to watch the things that come off as plausible because we have real and legitimate conspiracy theories from our governments, from companies, from corporations every day. Because a conspiracy is a criminal act by two or more people to do something. We know that our intelligence agencies pull things all the time because that's their job. If you watch the we have things called psyops for a reason, because people will follow and believe things. We have the exact same thing in social media where we have corporate entities that screw with people that are on and using their systems for their own benefit and gain. Now, whether you want to call that a conspiracy because of the criminal nature or not, that's an ethical belief. But I think one of the things that we get into is that difference between I know and I believe, and that idea of what I have faith in and look in. So what do you guys want to take on that side?
Well, from the science aspect, as we were talking earlier in the hallway, from my shirts, like my favorite movie is Jaws. I love it to death. And I actually joked that I got a marine biology degree because I was it. If you read the book when it came out or you watched the movie, sharks were, everybody knew any shark, man-eater, was going to eat you, drag you to your death. By the time I got to college and went through it, that was starting to change. My one big bucket list of the world is to see a great white in the wild and do a dive, caves being optional. And I just looked at everybody's face and your eyes just went, because you're still got those are man-eating things that'll swallow you whole.
Not been in the ocean since the
Yeah, see, and that's the thing, because you saw Jaws and went, you're gonna hear the music and that's the last thing ever. But they're not what that movie portrays, but every single person knows. But you tell anyone, it's like, oh, I'm gonna go swim with a shark, and they're like, didn't you see Jaws? Didn't you see every other shark movie that's out there? So that's the thing, it's like the science tells me that you can interact with sharks in the wild. Yes, there is an inherent risk, but they also don't hunt humans for food. We're not on their list. So to me, that's one of the things, like everybody knows sharks are dangerous, but then there's also I saw Jaws as a kid, or I saw it in the movie theater, and I'm never gonna go in the water again because that's what's gonna happen to me. And there's that. And so I think there's the
good news there is, Jim, we don't pass it.
yeah, and the thing with sharks is they're it's kind of like giant dogs, is they want to see what you are, they don't have hands, so they kind of go, you don't taste good. The problem is they've just bitten you, and then you go, ah! So,
And then there's blood.
and then there's blood.
And there's blood.
But yeah, I just love it. There's like 6 of you when I said I want to swim with a shark, and everybody's eyes just popped. So that was the.
It sounds like fun to me.
Yeah, you know. It's
How many I can't swim?
I do want the cage just because I want somebody to be able to reel me back up when I forget how to swim.
You know, as you were telling that story, I just had a thought. How much are we influenced by what we experienced in our childhood with, for us, it was movies and TV. But I mean, now it's internet and social media. So, you know, if you think about it, our perceptions of sharks are formed by Jaws, and aliens by E.T. and
Mine was formed by Star Wars. I want to go against.
Or Star Wars to some
I ended up
extent.
with my closet door open for like the rest of my life.
I still don't.
Poltergeist.
I was in a movie based around Jason Buchanan fear of clowns because of Poltergeist.
And I think it's also the extent, like, you know, growing up, everybody that I knew, we all knew that the Life Serial Kid died by Pop Rocks and Coke.
Yeah.
And that was just, and we didn't have internet, that was just knowledge. Now on the internet, you get 60 trillion things a second on these things. So there's a level of how fast it can get out. So there's that.
So now that's kind of what I'm headed towards, because we had less inundating us and less influence on us. The kids nowadays, you guys, who have had all
What's your problem?
and even future generations, are they going to lose because they're inundated with so much of that? Are they going to start losing the maybe not the ability, but whether they even give a shit? Are we already in the middle of that?
Well, that's a good question. What do you guys believe?
Yeah, what do you guys believe? What's your?
Now, see, this is funny. Okay, so when I, real quick, I have 2 daughters, 32 and 30. And when I got put on this panel, I went, oh shit, what is this going to be about? So I started asking people around me, what do you believe in? My youngest daughter, double major in college in anthropology and religion, a minor in history. She works for FEMA. She is the smartest person I know. And I called her and I said, what do you believe in? And she's 30, and she went, where do you want to start? Hang on, I got notes. Remote sensing, that the Devers Tower is actually a tree. Anunnaki spirit science, some guy named Michael Tallinger, and giants. And I went, you're the smartest kid I know. You believe in all this? Yep. And I went, and you work for the government? Yep.
And this is why we went to the moon. That's
so. What do y'all believe in? Anything?
What kind of giants did you say?
Oh, I've been down this rabbit hole for 3 weeks now.
There's a story about the giant in Kandahar.
Oh, no, there's I mean, it goes all the way back to biblical times.
Is she talking about the red-headed giants in South America?
Oh, those two. I mean, there's every continent
Because if
has
she's
had
five,
some
she's
sort
5'1",
of
everybody's
giant
taller than she
bounce.
is.
Let's be honest, you think Goliath, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I would have been Goliath back then, that's the problem.
No, these are legit 8-foot tall skeletons.
Oh, no, there have been 30-foot tall skeletons.
At the same time, go back to the idea of each culture having its own variation of the story. I mean, you see that, when you're dealing with, again, folklore, mythology, fantasy, religion, cryptids, whatever, everybody has their own variation of it. And they all kind of line up, but it changes depending on where you are in the social structure around you. But again, it goes back to conditioning. We are conditioned to believe the things that we believe. You remember that, because you remember whether it was a conspiracy theory or not, they actually did prove with the subliminal messaging in movie theaters in the early 90s, where they would have the single frame flashes in the pre-show ads and things like that that would make you want to go get a soda, go get the popcorn, and that's why they would use those to drive food sales, the concession sales, because that's where they really make their money. But it's things like that. Any kind of media we consume, we are being conditioned. And depending on which of the rabbit holes you go down, you're conditioned in a different way.
Well, and I want to go back to the question you asked in the last panel, what's dangerous? What's dangerous about the tools and the technology we have? It's the way we can be exposed to things at such a rapid pace, and how much of it can be faked so quickly, so easily, that now the question is, what is evidence? What proves something to somebody as we go and say preponderance of the evidence? Hell, I can go fake a bunch of stuff in an afternoon, and I'm not a filmmaker. Never trust an actor or a filmmaker. They lie to you for a living. I'm just a writer. I lie to you for a living.
And comedian, I
make maps for a living. That's the.
He's planning for the kaiju that are coming out of the ocean this summer.
Yes.
In a beach near you.
Well, technically speaking, the lizardman would be a kaiju too.
He's not big enough.
No, it's not a matter of size. It's a matter of them being.
I mean, I went through college being known as a silverback Sasquatch, so Bigfoot is real. So.
There are so many things wrong with
Well, I mean, again, this 3-week rabbit hole of giants, it starts connecting stuff together, whether it's Stonehenge, because we're not big enough to build stuff like that, or Easter Island, or the pyramids, all this different stuff is like starting connecting together, and it's like, damn. So we don't have any giant bones. Why? Or we don't have any Bigfoot bones. Well, supposedly the Smithsonian comes in and gets all the giant bones, because most of the stuff was done in 1800.
That's the job I want. The Smithsonian crack cryptid Black Ops 2.
That sounds amazing.
Yes, please. I want that job.
So question then. So if you get a series of science fantasy novels or science fiction stuff, and then you get some other books that have been written using people's imagination or whatever, what turns it from being a story out of somebody's imagination to something that people then suddenly religiously believe in?
When they combine it. And I'll give you the best example. Right. Vlad Tepes was a real person. He was a terrible human being who literally put people on spines. When Bram Stoker wrote Dracula, those two things came together, along with Elizabeth Bathory and some other well-known. But all that stuff became an amalgamation. If we had somebody that popped up tomorrow with glasses and a little bit of special abilities, it'd be Harry Potter shit everywhere. That would be our next Dracula. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So I think to me that's when it starts. When you combine the stuff that's been written with stuff that actually happens, and then you get an amalgamation of the two.
I'm actually going to throw one out here because I'm going to break my own rules and start a fight.
Thank you.
So,
now,
how many here followed QAnon?
Like for real, I should keep an eye on them.
I followed it. Oh, no, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
I'm not that bad.
How many people in here went and said, okay, this is absolutely dead on real, this is an inside source?
So that dude that I was talking about at my water plant, he's
Now,
with us.
Does everybody know who the general consensus is the major players were that started queuing up?
Something cute in South America.
The dude, oh God, what was the website?
It's a father and
That's
son.
father.
The father and son, the guy, they lived in Korea. He's American. Fortune, yes.
Behind Fortune.
Yeah.
The way they were able to create and produce this was by being such a large part behind a mean generated data generated community. You were asking earlier what the danger is on the things that we produce and put in social media. With access to nothing but open source communication and information, and the ability to scoop through everybody's social media profiles and everything else, they were able to grab data by volumes and make artificial intelligence and allow it to make predictions as to things that are going to come out. They were able to go and grab images from press kits, from all sorts of things to go and say, oh, this is what's happening. And this is how you created predictive programming, predictive technology, and were able to say hours or days before something became public, what was really coming out was because it was already in the open source, just the media hadn't caught up to it yet. The danger of a lot of the things that we have in terms of technology today is somebody who has the ability and a little bit of funding to go and scoop volumes of data. I can make you believe anything you want. I want you to. I can go and I can make you believe anything I want you to, and I can make you do pretty much anything I actually want you to. I can steer your behavior, not necessarily you as an individual, but I can steer the herd. I can do it all day long.
There's also a level of, in ways, of subliminal. If you've ever noticed, if you're car shopping or you have a conversation, like we're doing this, when I was like, the new Subaru is out, and I really like the new color of the Outback, or the Outback, and I'll say this kind of Subaru Outback, it's in your head. Notice how many Subaru Outbacks you start popping in the parking lot or driving down the street. They're not that many. Suddenly Subaru didn't produce thousands more. You just start noticing them because you start talking. It's the same way that Facebook and Google are paying attention. You go, our toaster's broken, and you get 20 like ads for toasters. It's like you're not consciously doing it, but suddenly it's popping up more and more. So
Well, you have a smart
awareness
generates
awareness generates more
And
awareness.
the next time I open Facebook, it's gonna be talking about toasters.
Is we talking about Subarus and toasters.
That was the last
giant.
Giant Subarus and toasters. Yes, that's.
You know, you've got that combined with the idea that people want to believe what's easy.
Yeah.
And
People are generally, you get into the crazier the conspiracy theories, the more radical things, and the more politicized things. People want to be able to believe the media. You know, up until the advent of social media, the general idea was, well, you should be able to trust what you see on the news. And we have firmly established you can't believe anything on the internet. You just can't, because everybody on the internet is a lunatic. They're all crazy, us included.
We all buy into it.
Yeah, and it's, you've got, people want to believe what's easy. They want to be told, well, this is the truth, this is fact, this is where it needs to go. And like Jim said, when you're pitting fact against belief, that's where it gets dangerous, because when people believe something as fact is when they're ready to die on that hill. When you say you believe, it means you're still open to interpretation. You still have the idea in your head that there may be some flaws with this. Something else may come about that can change my mind. Kind of tiptoeing into that area, we don't want to talk about that. It's the whole pandemic in general, and how the information has changed as we've learned more.
That's how science works.
And you would think that.
No,
And how
science. That's how science works.
That's what Thomas Dolby
But
told
again,
me.
the information, as the research comes out, information changes, and it's like that with anything. But you've got certain beliefs where, okay, we're comfortable with this, we're okay with this idea, we want to believe this because it makes us feel safe, and then the information changes, and it throws everybody into a tizzy, because, oh, we have to change what we believe now.
I have a question on that. Is it what makes us feel safe, or is it what gives us the dopamine hit because we think that there's a new risk?
It's what's easiest.
Well, and I also can spin that back on the very first thing you said, is that it's also, you want to belong to something,
Yes.
you want to belong to a group. Like we all, we're geeks, we're here, we're belonging to a group. So you want to belong to a group. You wanted to belong, you might have been influenced by Guinness, but you thought it would be funny to belong to the Flat Earth group, even for that half a second. You said, I want to belong to that group. That sounds fun. So you belong to a group, and now you're in a group, and you're like, well, now I'm in it. And so then you start, yes, then you start getting, so you at least were more enlightened. You got away from the Guinness for instance. Okay, this is kind of stupid. But some people go into it and go, now I'm in the group.
Let's be honest.
You start being more resistant to.
And the takeaway from all this is, if you ever want anything out of Jim, take him to the bar and get him drunk first.
Guinness. He likes the darker the better. Like if it's lighter than this color, it's not beer.
It's like y'all know. But I think again, one of the things that we see is this, and you're right, it's a sense of community. And because one of the things, going back to Scientology, one of these things that happens within community is if you don't feel the right to challenge the community you're in, you're probably not a healthy community. Because if you can't have a discourse. Now, I am not bringing up Star Wars versus Star Trek. I'm not starting a dogmatic fight here at all.
That's for Sunday.
Why can't we just all get along?
That's line 5. Y'all are all going. Oh, wait, so, but,
I'm
but going, when we see, again, to me, it's one of those.
My project said 20%. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You started it to go off the rails.
The panel just went off.
Sting the wind at the red.
That took longer than I thought.
So I guess questions, comments, rantings from the audience.
Dirty liver.
What about the Glocken?
They're Glocken, they're bell.
Yes, yes.
So I hear it's the story of the Nazi UFO that they built. So one of the things that makes that plausible is we know that Nazis were doing some extraordinary development of technology throughout the 30s and 40s. The hell with the fact of how many people they were going to kill in the process. But they did some interesting and amazing builds of technology and development during that period of time. And in fact, one of the greatest things that we have is we do not talk about how much science, real science, that we have that came out of that period, that came from, I'm going to be not so polite about it, everything from ethically questionable up to damn near absolutely aberrant experiments. And there was a long discussion as to whether or not that science should be kept and included because of the way it was gathered. There was a lot of ethical debates about that during the 50s and 60s. And that's why we also saw a lot of Nazis being scrubbed through Operation Paperclip, which was a real program to bring in Nazi scientists and go and say, yeah, they were a Nazi, but not that Nazi, because you're helpful now. So programs like, I believe that there was probably real experimental programs behind that because we've seen actual government documents and things like experiments were being done. But the question is, how many of those things made it beyond the blueprint? We know that there's a lot of things that they came and said, hey, because again, you're back to Germany. There might have been pubs. There might have been, there might have been Oktoberfest. And all of a sudden it was like, I bet we can make one of those serving trays fly and put a cannon on it. Yep. And the good news about that period of time is there were people willing to go and say, well, there's money. We'll give you bodies to go blow up to figure it out. And that is one of those things that is both the amazing part and the tragedy that came out of World War II was because so much science, so many experiments were done. The problem is the human cost. that came out of that. And this is one of those places that I've gotten in trouble before because I'm willing to go and say, there's a great deal of science that was generated. The question is ethically, should we actually hold on to the knowledge? And I am a believer that once you pay the cost, having the knowledge, you have to acknowledge the cost.
Yeah.
But I mean, there were extraordinary movements post-World War II going and saying, well, much of what we know about human biology, much of what we know about spaceflight, much of what we know about supersonic speeds, much of what we know about what the body will tolerate came because they went and said, well, let's go see what the body will tolerate. And it's aberrant to know and understand how some of this knowledge was gained. And the one thing I say is, if you're going to study the science, understand the history of where it came from and understand the cost that was paid for you to know what you know. Because that will stop you, hopefully, from becoming a supervillain. Or if you are going to become a supervillain, a smarter supervillain.
War seems to do that. It's happened. Civil War had great advancements and a lot of stuff. World War I and
War
II.
moves knowledge forward.
It brings out the best and the worst in us.
You mentioned earlier about filmmakers and lying and not trusting, or maybe you think that. For me, the biggest conspiracy theory in my life was the JFK assassination. And once Oliver Stone made this film, then even the weekend after it happened, a majority believed that multiple people were involved. There was a conspiracy. The public largely never has really acted on it. It's like that some people, a lot of people believe, but they didn't really knock down their senator or congressman's door. They didn't get answers about it. Some few people, but once the film came out, then it went up to 11 in terms of interest and the number of people believing and all the different conspiracies sort of all combining together, whether they make sense or not. And just the way that mass media, whether it's television or film, has a huge influence. Now it's social media we'll talk about the internet. But like 30 years ago, if you were a crazy conspiracy theorist, you had to like Xerox a newsletter and pass it out. Now you can just post it online and it takes off.
Again, movies and TV have an impact on real life. Even though we make up 99% of the shit. You ever see a movie that's based on a true story?
Yeah.
It's a complete fabrication.
Based on means that they heard about the thing and, hey, what if we do this?
Guys, I think we're up on time.
Yes.
Yeah, the next panel here is until 9:30.
We have to do one at 8.
So, yeah. But before we get out of here, you guys want to let everybody know where to find you the rest of the weekend?
Sure. Figure out where.
I have no idea where I'm.
Charles and I will be doing improv and Lakeside 2.
Yeah.
Usually one of my keepers will come in late for being somewhere.
Yeah, Lakeside 2, whose con isn't anyway. That's tonight. Tomorrow, This Is the Way. Yeah. I think that's what, Star Wars, Mandalorian? Yes, okay. Then 5 to 6, Is That Even Possible? We're talking about science and science fiction. Is it going to be true or not? And then tomorrow at 8, Weird Science. Weird Science, that'll be fun. And then if you want to hear the great argument or Star Trek or Star Wars, that's Sunday at 2 o'clock. And I think Fists will fly at that one. So.
I have a film screening at 9 o'clock in the ConCarolinas Film Festival at Lecture 1. We're doing, while that's going on, I'm going to be doing improv with Charlie because I've seen the movie 1,000 times. Tomorrow morning, I will be doing a deep dive into Marvel in DC at 11 a.m. And then right after that, we're doing This Is the Way, which is Star Wars stuff. Tomorrow, 3 to 4 in Olmsted, if you like conspiracy theories and that kind of stuff. We have a podcast called Carolina Hates, and we'll be doing a presentation, a live podcast recording about UFOs and MIB here in North Carolina. And then tomorrow night, 9 o'clock is all things Disney Plus. And then I finished up my weekend at 1 o'clock Sunday talking about wrestling. Because everyone in the South loves it.
Well, that's true.
And I will have some surprises.
Sounds sketchy.
My big surprise, Bill.
Well, you Charlotte.
No, but I was at Royal
Charlotte Flair.
Ms. Ryan, go ahead.
Okay, so, anytime that I'm not on panel, you'll probably find me either at the end table right here off the gallery or at the Fall Staff Mothership. They're right there next to each other, so it's kind of hard to miss me. At 10:30, I will be upstairs harassing Jim again on the Skeptics versus Believers panel. Tomorrow, 11:30, I will be upstairs again, moderating psychic abilities, this makes world that tease me. Tomorrow at 8:30, I am one of these next door. One is booking a content warning. And I finish out 10 a.m. on Sunday morning with live.
You are a walking.
I can behave myself when I want to, not when you're in the room. No, that's gonna be an interesting one, because again, they've got me moderating it, and I'm very good. And they're gonna be smart people too.
I got contact about moderating the song.
Ooh.
You got contacted, I was just told, here, you're gonna do that.
I showed up, they said, here's all the places you got. And you're moderating happy everything you're doing. I apologize in advance. So, yeah, tonight I've got skeptics versus believers, which means I'm probably gonna be looking at this list, I'm probably gonna be the one everybody's watching. Then tomorrow evening, I have Weird Science at 8 o'clock, and then tomorrow night at 9:30 as well, Science and Future Tech. Sunday will be Dystopian Survival 101. Moderating. And then at 1 to 2, I'll be doing a live podcast recording where I have no idea. And at 2:30, we will be doing a live recording session for Continual Convention upstairs as well. We're still debating what we're going to do. We're going to do something. And they left me in charge, so God only knows. And I'll probably line up a couple other places this weekend because I don't have a table, I don't have a booth, and I'm not responsible for anything this year. Versus last year, I think I was responsible for everything.
Except for the cats.
Every time you go up to slide off with the continual, I'm gonna do. What's Jim up to now?
I know too, I'm constantly seeing his name all day, every day.
It looks like I'm on there, right?
Jim, watch one day.
Live panels on 2 o'clock in the morning.
What? Not me.
I don't know why things got to come out.
Yeah, thank you.
That's supposed to be entertaining.
Well, they were laughing. I'm hoping it was with us.
They were with us, right? They were with us.
No, they were talking, yes.
I don't care anymore. I
used to be happy.
Oh, wow, sorry.
If they were laughing at me, generally means they're laughing.
Walking towards this camera, pushing my.
So, I was gonna, y'all say, all right.
Wasn't gonna eat afterwards.
I'm not gonna wait you, Carl.
The bar is open until like 2 in the morning.
Oh, no, but wait, do I go down?
I can't decide.
Well, if I do go ahead and eat, I'll go back.
Okay, that's.
Depending on whether the dance as well.
Do you want to, actually, the dance party I do want to go to, but I was also thinking there's a key.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll go back and
Yeah, first I figured what the hell the Keynes kind of is. Yeah, if you want to go, I was going to go after the.
Okay, I'll find you after.
Who's kind of is it anyway?
It's upstairs. I'm gonna get back down.
Okay, I'll be down.
Chair there.
Chair just jumped out.
Chair two. All right.
Well, and I don't want to kind of be a packed crowd, so.
You know, I should have.
I saw that. I saw that. what's the, I'm like, maybe? This starts the big mass chaos for the next 2 months. So I'm like,
Are you the congregate?
yes, I get to do congregate. I've never got to do it. Because usually falls on like Grandpa Round weekend.
I don't know. I didn't know that an altar would put a table and the other person was
I think we're supposed to be teaching a couple workshops. No, it's Patrick and I went to workshops. Tara.
Keeps emailing me and said when they get a list of possible
Well, James is here. I haven't seen Tara yet. You know Tara?
I know Tara because she introduced herself to me at the and maybe he my experience. It's fine. You're fine. When you put your authors on that, sign and points to the authors because they piece of paper that says authors.
Well, so I missed, so I was supposed to be at RavenCon, and I missed RavenCon because before it was shortcut and well, and then the wife came on Sunday afternoon, and she had a applicant and I used to so I just wanted to and so it tore through a whole bunch of people there, and then it tore through the wife's conference, so she got sick. I didn't. But I mean, I sort of kept her with, when you all the way home, I was like, yep. I could already tell she was having a look. Because it was, incubating 40 to 72 hours. My big concern about being here this weekend is I'm supposed to be on my first vacation in 4 years. I'm trying to that's this weekend. I mean, most everybody here is, I mean, it's fairly low overall. Well, I'm also fairly concerned. I need logos because we're so. Number 2, but every time I look well, I got the antibody test done about a month that I got 2.5 years ago. It's likely I already had it. It's hot.
I just went to one day. Not here.
And Amanda and I were both like, planner in one hand and probably right side of the so this time they are just looking at each other's sons and let me call
All right, go for it.
I'm gonna go and whose con is it anyway? I get to do things. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's real weird, but it's okay. It's an okay kind of weird.
I got 2 cameras already. Bring it in.
Oh, you left it?
I thought I took it with me, so I thought it was in the conference room. If there's anything like,
All your other stuff.
crazy, with us? Looks like there already was.
I'll be right back.
So you should, you're with the screwdriver. Yeah. So the guy who's like, oh, you're going right across from our Alex is sitting. Yeah, sort of.
what it is though.
We are competing against always get an audience. Competing against who's coming. So that's Christian here, all those guys doing that's a pretty tough audience. Plus, it is a narrow, very focused. Now you're one of my friends, right? I actually sent John an email asking him to send me questions, that kind of stuff. If you guys had either about big wrong and that kind of stuff. He didn't send it on, so we get questions when you get them. Now, he doesn't actually consider himself a panelist, but I generally moderate right now. Answer the questions. You are the designer. My room will be open after 11. Nancy, drink this evening. Just recommended via this. We are here, right?
Yeah, y'all are here.
We're here.
This is pet peeves and.
Yeah, this is reality versus science fiction. I also have something that's shameless stuff.
This is why I have this with me.
We have an audience.
I got the best compliment. I did one of these panels last year, and I told me at a Comic Con, like, you proved every time in those spy movies.
James is usually the moderator for these kinds of things. He is. And then I get to be I just get to be a panelist. And I get to grant and enhance, which is, I was in the military. That was really for this panel.
That's just good for ranking.
They get so much wrong. They get so much on chain of command wrong. They get so much about positional authority wrong. They've even gotten. They think that a captain in the army is the same as a captain in the Navy. Oh gosh. Yeah. A Star Wars novel did that. Really? Yes. A Star Wars novel did that.
I can see that actually, because Star Wars is.
The only saving grace you could possibly have if you're the person who wrote it was to say that, well, this was the Star Wars universe, the rank structure is different.
Yeah.
Even though it's not, it's quite clearly.
Large crowd tonight.
I've got more than my last one already, so.
Simon.
Well, it's getting late for me anyway, so.
We've never met before. I'm Mark Lucas.
Nice to meet you, Mark. I'm Davis.
What's your specialty? I'm less school. I write science fiction, fantasy, and mechanical engineering.
I write epics in the state.
Okay. Really love it. In many ways, there is one on all the ways that Arrow should have died by now.
Oh gosh. Should have done season 1. Should have still been running around like you guys. So much Daredevil.
Were you running on with that director?
Yeah.
Okay, I think I mentioned there.
Okay.
It's more cards.
Yes,
Yeah.
I recognize you now.
Yeah. Alright, so, you've never been on a panel that I'm moderated. You've been on panels with me, but not when I'm moderated. So what I generally do is introduce myself, introduce y'all, and go down the line so you can talk about whatever you want to talk about. Then I'll ask questions. I don't generally answer them myself because I don't want to moderate. Now, John did mention that he's at panel, so that's as the moderator pretty much can, but I did actually have some questions that I sent to John to send to you guys because I didn't have any contact information. But I had 7 questions and probably.
Okay.
Which should be 2 more people coming, right?
Yep.
So Jody, Lynn, and I, who I spoke to earlier, Davis, and then Angela Giddings, filmmaker and biologist, and then we have a mechanical engineer and author, in your position. Physician, right? What's your specialty?
ConCarolinas.
Okay.
Stuff, that's good. Nerd stuff. We're considered the nerds of the world.
My mom's using it.
Does she go for it?
She has thyroid issues.
Okay.
And Karen, of course, has 2 key indicators, silent and slow, which is on drugs. Right.
So she sounds like she's affected by this. Like we all hear something out.
They said the worst case was the back.
The baby, that actually sounds like she has hypothyroidism.
Superheroes serum.
All right, good.
Yeah.
So if we actually had a 4th person here at this hour on a Friday with Who'sCon going on, this will be a spectacular. We have a stiff competition, so this is the time on Friday when they do a lot of the really fun stuff. So.
Like what? What are we missing?
Who'sCon is the big thing you're missing right now. Started at the exact same time. So just like Who'sCon.
This is the fun stuff.
Yes, this is fun stuff. This is a great panel.
This is
We
who
would probably
the
be
real
better.
nerds are, because real nerds might miss a lot of them.
That's right.
We would probably be better, less competition if we were on a Sunday early. We got one more panelist coming. That's okay.
I do like that.
Very nice. Okay, we stand up to them.
Hi, Matt.
Hello.
I haven't met each other for almost 5 years, and we still live in Chevrolet. That's all right. So wait, okay, I hit on you once and you didn't even know it.
And it's also out of the company.
We're gonna wait.
I don't know how I got married, I mean, just saying, I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, how did you end up with you?
You know, it just, I woke up one day, there she was.
Nice. She has karaoke with us. She apparently knows Jason and Navi for a while too.
Yes, Navi and I have been friends since '88.
Now I met Navi's brother. So, Micah.
Also have been friends since teenagers.
You also the same kind of nerd you are, in flavor?
More or less.
Yeah.
Are you a Harry Potter fan? Okay. Allison.
So, yeah, she eats, she eats, sleeps, and breathes. She kind of enjoys the movies.
My first is Harry Potter thing, it's all these bigger things from the Harry Potter universe.
We're gonna wait 1 more minute for the fourth panelist to come on. Just now, maybe. You're Matt, what's your name? Bill. Matt and Bill, you.
Stephanie.
Matt, Bill, Stephanie, you. Matt, Bill, Stephanie, Mark, you.
Brenda.
Brenda. Matt, Bill, Stephanie, Mark, Brenda, and you are?
Linda.
Linda. Matt, Bill, Stephanie, Mark, Linda, and Brenda. Brenda and Linda, actually.
So don't change the order of the last run.
My name's also Mark, so you're an easy one. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Hi, everyone. Hi, Mark. I'm a former U.S. Navy nuclear machinist mate and technician, and I'm currently a software engineer. I've got about 2 decades of experience in STEM, and I have a degree in mathematics as well as computer science. And I'm a pop culture enthusiast. I stream. I do all sorts of stuff online. I host karaoke nights. I do online game nights. TikTok, Instagram, everything. I also have swag to give away after. So basically, if you just come up and ask, I will give you a blue ribbon. If you share that you follow me in some way, shape, or form, I'll give you the pink ribbon. And for everybody that has a pink ribbon, I'll try to pick a couple of y'all and give y'all some free stuff. So if that's all right with y'all.
Oh, yes.
As far as the panel goes here, we have missing security, but we have Davis. Davis Ashura, he is an author and a physician. And then we have Angela Giddings. She is a filmmaker, author, and a molecular biologist. And then we have mechanical engineer and science fiction and fantasy author, L.R. Gould, and she designs systems for the differently abled, green initiatives, and energy efficiency. I'm going to go down the line and let you guys talk about what you're doing now, why people should get your stuff. Try to keep it to a minute, and then we'll go on.
I'm Davis Ashura. I write on the side. Most of the time I'm practicing medicine on my own practice, which is fun trying to do both. My books are epic fantasy novels, usually hopeful, and right now I'm with a big group of other indie authors. If you look on Reddit Fantasy, there's a post about all of us dropping the price of our ebooks on Amazon to 99 cents, and all the proceeds are going to the families of the tragedy in Texas. So take a look at it and you might find something to read for only 99 cents.
I'm Angela Giddings. I actually work as a now validations and reagents manager for LabCorp. And yeah. Oh yeah. And I just finished my second novel in the Dance of Ages series, which is futuristic fantasy with vampires. And I got a short story just recently accepted into the Brave New Worlds anthology from Zombies.
And am I wrong, or is Labcorp the one that does all the drug testing for?
Yeah, it does do that, among other things.
One of the big ones that do drug testing.
And I'm Laura Gould. I write science fiction for AFC. I've got several series of novellas in John Harkness's Bowverse. Mine's a little different because my monster hunter knows nothing about monsters at the beginning of the story. And he gets his eyes open in a very harsh way. So please check them out at the Falstaff table. I also have an independently published, I call it my science fiction medical mystery. I'm doing an all-female generation ship. And if you want to find out more about it, it's a really short novella. So that's really cool. You can catch me tomorrow at 10 for the books. I'll get it out there. As far as this panel goes, I'm a mechanical design engineer. I've been designing HVAC systems for more than 20 years. I have a mechanical engineering degree, professionally registered licensed in mechanical engineering in Virginia. I currently serve as a building official, so I'm trying to make sure buildings are safe and eligible for all ADA, making sure we've got green buildings.
Did I understand that right? You have your PE?
I do.
Awesome.
Yep.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up and then down and then up and then down for your questions so that you can go in the middle every time. Sorry. All right, so I'm going to make a statement, and then I'd like to hear what you guys think about that statement, whether you think it's true, never, seldom, often, or always. Fiction is either so speculative that the underlying tenets of science are unrecognizable or just plain wrong, trading storytelling for accuracy. How do you feel about that? Is that true? Or do they get the science right most of the time?
I think it depends. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they get the physics right and the biology wrong. Sometimes they get the biology or the medicine right and the physics wrong. But in general, I think that a lot of pop culture, especially movies, the story takes precedence over the science. The science is just meant to sort of be a bulwark for the storytelling and sort of give a pseudo, so to speak.
Right. And before we get to the next person, everybody, this is Cat Mother and frequent collaborator and author, Jody Lynn Nye, and she will also be part of the panel. If you'd like to take a minute to introduce yourself to people.
Hi, I'm Jody Lynn Nye. I write science fiction and fantasy, publish books, stories. I am edited as the Associates. I teach the two-day writers workshop for Dragon Con. Still have some space in the class, and I'm coordinating future contests. Who's me? In fact, I got a call for 2 days. Well,
Yeah, they have a problem.
You're on the two last on this one, but I'll tell you what we're talking about. I made a statement and we're just getting a response. Fiction is either so speculative as the underlying tenets of science are unrecognizable, or just plain wrong, creating storytelling for accuracy. So I just want to know whether you agree that is can be true, always, sometimes, never. Sometimes. Do you think it's okay? Do you get it wrong in favor of storytelling, or does it bother you?
sometimes it does bother me.
Okay.
There are times when I would really, real science would have made a better story. But you also have to deal with this, especially if you're talking about on television, movies, what makes a better movie, and you have just to I can explain that really.
How do you feel about that statement?
I think sometimes, but I think it's usually sacrificed or story or timing or, you know, if you do real science, it's like there's a bunch of failures before anything happens. And, you know, just from a point, that would get really old very quickly.
Okay. And as an engineer, do you think they get engineering?
I agree with everybody else. It's sometimes, and honestly, I think it depends on who the writers are, how close they are to that field of science. Because the closer they are, the more accurate they're going to be. Like when I write I'm going to be a lot more accurate when I'm touching on things that are closer to my field of study than I am going to be on things that are a little bit further afield. And I think they do sacrifice it quite often for story. And one of my biggest pet peeves is thought work, for example. You know, when you'll have to, there's supposed to be a private meeting going here, so there's someone listening in a 30-inch wide by 30-inch tall duct that they can crawl in and has a 24-inch big grill. See a grill that size. Right now, that little slot is the HVAC supply of this room.
So for each of you online, does good fiction excuse bad science?
I think if they establish it early on that there's suspension of disbelief on the science, then the fiction should be what drives it.
Okay. What about you?
I think similar, but if they're trying to say this is accurate science and they just completely make bad science calls or that science is the central thing to their story and they get it wrong, it's really hard to suspend disbelief in that case.
Okay.
The more realistic you can make it, I think that the better off you are, but science is complex. And explaining some things, especially if you fall in with a bit of minutia, that you want your story to hinge upon, the amount of explanation may be too much for the reader. So you have to accept that.
All right. And
I think overall, I would tend to agree with everyone. It sort of depends on whether also the science that they describe is insulting. Sometimes it can really be stupid and it is insulting. And other times the story is just so good, even though that it's insulting. You go along with, for instance, like the Iron Man movie when he's creating the suit, and it's there's no materials testing, there's no testing at all of how powerful are these repulsors, how do you balance it, how do you write the program. None of that makes sense. He's just doing it with Jarvis. But the story was so good, I just said, that's fine.
You went with it.
Yeah, I went with it. And the actor was just so charming at Tony Stark. I was like, Robert Downey Jr., you're good.
all right, so military folks tend to hate it when they get the military stuff wrong. And my wife is in the healthcare, and she hates when they get healthcare stuff wrong. Software folks hate it when they get software stuff wrong. Is there anything that is just a pet peeve for you when they get it wrong that just sort of pulls you out?
I never watch my anything that's that has anything to do with medicine, so I just it never's done right. Like the medicine is nonsensical. A human being can hold that much information about that many species to the level that they say their doctors do right off the top of their head. Now, you know, I can imagine Dr. Crusher looking at a chart and looking at a textbook and consulting with somebody to try to figure out, it's just not right off the top of their head. It doesn't make sense. But again, I excuse it and move on.
My late brother, who was an MD, PhD, was a neuroscientist, could not watch any medical dramas because they're so full of it.
Well, they get it wrong in terms of doctor-patient interaction, doctor-nurse interaction, nurse-patient interaction, respiratory, I mean, all of it.
People running in and out of the hospital.
It's just all done wrong.
So my wife hates it when she sees a doctor draw up what.
Yeah, nobody does that unless you're a resident. Residents do that. They supposedly need training, which they never use after the graduate residency. I haven't tried blood gas in 20 years. And, you know, don't care to ever do one again because it's not my, but yeah, it just makes no sense.
House ran for how many years? He failed. What?
The best medical show I ever saw was Scrubs. That was what it really is.
I hate it when they have people who have abdominal injuries get up and keep fighting or they keep running. This is not going to happen.
But they're not that
Oh, yes.
I will say Archer gets that right. Because anytime anybody goes out, the immediate thing is that is not good for you.
No.
You ever seen Archer?
I know of it, but I've never
Oh,
seen it.
yeah, they get knocked out and loud noises. That's the one thing that bothers me. I was in the military. a lot. You don't shoot a gun in any kind of enclosed area and then hear anything for 2 hours. And, you know, you see all those movies where they shoot a gun and next they're just talking to each other. That's not how that works. You're shouting at each other because your ears are ringing so badly. So Archer actually gets those 2 things right. And sorry, I didn't interrupt.
It's all right.
For me, it's microbiology, viruses, and any sort of gene sequencing whatsoever. Does it work like that? Years.
Not 10 minutes.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like, what was it? The one that really gets me consistently is the CW flash or CW just. We just put in a sequencer and it told us exactly what it was. In like 5 minutes. No. Just no. But it's like, you know, confusing viruses with bacteria, confusing bacteria with parasite, single cell parasite, anything like that will take me completely out. I'm like, no, that's not a bacteria. Single cell eukaryotic organism, yeah.
I can usually get past it. For me, it is the omniscience of engineers in those movies. You're an engineer, like it's a blanket. They always go to the same person for all the problems, whether it's an the Forge on Star Trek, he can solve the engine that's running the ship, HVACs throughout the ship, coolants running any spot that he can solve it in an eye, because he knows it on the top of the head. There was one show on a while ago, it was called Scorpion, and they were also being genius. I loved it, except what really happened is it's supposed to be a team of geniuses at the same time, and have the person who's based on consult on the job. And I'm like, and they walk into a building, and the mathematician looks around and says, hey, that's a big explosion. Now, this is what the HVAC system looked like. And he drew it on his head pad. Like, one is more art form than anything, so you're not going to know off the top of your head. But then again, you have to get past it. I mean, when you start talking about movies and TV, they have to be able to have the resource, and they don't want to do a new actor. So yeah, there's one who knows everything.
And for me, one of them is any portrayal of acting. Especially when somebody just got a keyboard doing this. That is not how acting works. You plan, you write a program, and then you act.
I like the ones where they have 2 actors trying to act each other.
The other one is zoom and enhance. Any image that is visualized is down to a pixel. You can't go past it. You can't interpolate past a pixel. And if it's not in the image, it's not in the image. You can't enhance it. You get a reflection that wasn't visible. So those bother me. And then the other thing that gets me is sometimes physics. I hate to pick on Dan Brown because he's got a lot of stuff going. But anyway, he wrote an entire book about a very well-known and very well-established phenomenon called pair production, where a photon goes by a nucleus, and if it's of the right energy, 2.54 megaelectron volts, it will turn into a positron and an electron, and then they'll mutually annihilate with your proton that goes off. It's very well known, but he latched onto this and said, oh, this is proof that God exists, and somehow they figured out a way to isolate all the positrons and put them in a bottle. And at some point, this bottle of positrons was going to be released and blow up the Vatican City, I think it was. No, it was CERN. They were going to blow up CERN. Anyway, and I'm like, okay, one, this is not new. We've known about this since the 50s. 2, nobody's ever captured a positron and held it for more than milliseconds. So it's just those sorts of things that just get me.
You said 99.99999% of people will not know.
Yeah, will not know that. Digital Fortress made me never want to read this stuff.
That is true to a point that you're writing to such a broad audience. Sometimes you can't, and you want to assume they know so much base knowledge, and you can't. You have to make assumptions, and you just jump back.
So this is one for the audience. What are y'all's pet peeves? Anybody have any big pet peeves when it comes to science and the science fiction and fantasy?
When the movie tries to pretend it's being accurate and fails miserably like that after.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, my wife and I actually make a joke about this. Half the time you watch any sort of science fiction or something, there's always triangulate in it.
which I think sometimes is accurate, but it's like, we just need to find key points anywhere. And we can triangulate whatever this is, and like, to an extent, but you need like something based on the system that you're actually looking at.
You're gonna triangulate their position. Well, based on, is anybody transmitting to and from them at 3 locations that they transmit from? What are you gonna triangulate? You have 2 receptors, you need those 2 receiving points, and you don't have 3 sending. That one I got. Anybody else have a pet peeve? Oh, yeah. Everybody leaves their DNA everywhere. And you only need 1 hair, and then you've got all the DNA at once.
The same day.
Oh, on the same day. Yeah.
It's not contaminated with.
So you live in a house and you have that one fingerprint that.
Oh, okay, yeah, partial. Yeah. Yeah, you can't do that.
At this point, you really can't complain about a car explosion.
Yes.
It's like, just because it crashed into a tree, it's not that car's gonna blow up.
I actually do
So
it.
much fun watching them.
Probably because it thinks a movie is not successful unless it has at least one explosion and a car chase.
I do a terrible movies live stream every Sunday, and what a curious sized explosion is one of the quotes that they actually break a scooter. Break a scooter. Yeah, I know.
I like to watch everything wrong with X movie videos.
Yes. That's actually one of my questions. So everything wrong with X, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Screen Rant, Photo, Insider, all of them have series where they go through and they go to the science, like they did gravity and that kind of thing. Do you think that's a good thing for science, or is it just negative energy out there in the world?
I think it's comedy more than anything else, and so, in a lot of ways, it's fun, whether you know anything about science or the science they're talking about. You know, deGrasse Tyson, he's a serious individual, so you can trust what he says is probably true, and it's funny. And so I don't really think it's negative so much as just amusing.
You like it, Jody? You consume any of that?
No, I don't really, I think it's just the same as restaurant critics or anybody else who wants to find something that they want to take back. Because it's so easy to, here's a clip, there's nothing going stupidly wrong in a movie where they lie to science and make a mess out of it. I've got a buddy, Dr. Kevin Grazier, who actually works at Hollywood, and he worked on Eureka, for Battlestar Galactica. And his job is to say, no, you can't do that, that won't work scientifically. Here's how you can make it look plausible. Because plausible is all that counts with Hollywood. There has to be enough that
Do they actually listen to them?
all the time, you pay them to do that.
I know they're paying, but do they listen to them?
Yes, they do. People love it.
I've got another question later about properties that get that right, but just so you guys know, Eureka, while they didn't necessarily get the science right, they did at least try to make it all look plausible. It's a spectacular show. Much better than something like Sliders or anything like that.
Yeah.
Sorry, they're not, you just definitely might stand it, but they really did not try that. So,
The first season was pretty good though.
it was.
So for me, I like Mythbusters and things where they took it, and it's like, this is how it would, real science. This is how, if we had to do this, what it would take to make it look like this. It's like, it's a car going up and boom, it just crashes. There's no giant explosion. Now if we add gasoline to it and light it on fire, there we have an explosion.
We didn't get the explosion we want, so we have to use C4.
Exactly.
I'm kind of like the same way. I mean, I like them from an educational standpoint for mine, because I'm like, I know that's not right, and then if I can find someone I trust, like and then I can say, okay, I know he's going to know his stuff, and I can watch it, and I actually look at it from an educational standpoint.
Yeah.
And I think to that extent it is beneficial. have it out there because there's going to be curious minds to watch a movie and they oh, what did they get right, what did they get wrong? Or some of the other ones that are portrayed to have or commented to have really accurate science in it. And there's always liberties taken.
Yeah.
So I want to know what were those liberties taken? Because I don't, I'm a fandom of space, but I'm not supposed to study it.
So she actually brought us to our next question. What do you guys think of the scientific method as it's used in Mythbusters? Do you think they get the scientific method right?
They're about 70%.
Yeah.
I say they're about 70%. I've watched a couple of them where they say, oh, we've disproved this thing. And I'm like, your scientific method to get there was flawed.
Yes.
Right? So you went with a hypothesis and you came up with a couple ways to test that hypothesis. Those tests failed and you declared that they busted, but there were other ways to test it. They actually done a couple of shows. They went back and said, hey, we got fan criteria. The fans that said we didn't test this all the way. So here we're going to bring it back and we're going to test it again. So that's been kind of cool. But yeah, I think we get about 67%. Right?
What do you think? Do you think they get the engineering and scientific method right? You're a lab scientist.
I think he's right. It was about 70%, especially they were grading testing because it was a lack of controls. They didn't have all the controls they needed to test what they needed to, what they were, their assertions.
You watch Mythbusters?
Yeah, I think the Mythbusters are a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It's funny. They're
Exploding
exploring tropes, and of course they're blowing things up. But I love the fact that they take things that we've always accepted in television and say, let's see if this actually happens or if it's even possible. And yeah, it's not 100%. Your methods are not perfect, but they have the integrity to go back and say, okay, we were wrong on that.
Yeah, which is what you do in science. Like when you shoot, it's like, oh, we didn't test that right. We have to go back and readdress it. You know, that's part of science.
That's okay. You're aware that they exist.
I'm aware they exist, yes.
Okay. It takes a I mean, for people to watch, especially in kind of teenagers and kids, and it gives them an opportunity to see at least what the first steps to a scientific method are, because that's just what they're seeing in the classroom. In the classroom, when you go to your chemistry class, it's a very controlled experiment. They know exactly what's supposed to happen, and that's what you're trying to. Where they're going out there, they're trying to blow up that truck.
Let's talk about professions in STEM and the portrayal in science and science fiction. So, and I'm going to start with a personal anecdote. When I got out of the Navy, I went to school first for engineering because I thought I wanted to be an engineer. Then I found out that what from TV I thought engineers did is what scientists do. And then I ended up getting a math degree and computer science degree going into software engineering. But do you think they portray STEM jobs correctly or anywhere near realistically?
On a whole, no.
All right, so we'll start down there with you again.
Yeah.
So what do they get wrong?
Usually they over embellish what that field can do. They make that know more than they should know. When I was going through my engineering classes, it wasn't trying to drill into my brain all the equations and everything I need to. I've been told many times, like, hey, all your engineering tests are going to be open book. Why? Because as an engineer, it's not that you know the answer, you know how to get to the answer, but you know where to go to get the information to solve the problem. And that's one of the things they get wrong with engineering professions, that the engineers always know exactly how to solve a problem without ever going back to some kind of base information to look it up. I mean, if Jordy had to consult a computer.
You say this is accurate. Engineers don't know how to solve every problem, but they know how to turn the problem you have into the problem they know how to solve.
That's one of the things they teach you in engineering class. I mean, a lot of times, sorry, I'm gonna, just a lot of times, like when I was going to engineering classes, here's a bunch of information. And this is the way they taught engineering. Here's a bunch of information. We want to know this, but you can't directly get to what they want to know with the information they gave you. And a lot of the information they gave you is superfluous. It's not necessary. And so when you sit down, and the very first thing was, I don't know how to get from the information I've got to the answer that I'm looking for. So the first thing you start doing is, all right, with the information I got, what's the next derivative information I can get? What calculations can I work on this? And I'll just start working to discover more answers. They might not be the answer I need, but I know how to get to the next level. Now with new information with this other graphic, can I get to the answer I need yet? Or do I need to do another? That's really what engineering is. Engineering is applied science, not the discovery of science.
How about you? Do you think they get molecular biology right at all?
No. Hey, first of all, like when you're doing like lab science, which is what I did before I went to it, you're incrementally improving what somebody else has done. So everybody is looking at a very small piece of the picture, and the whole is great. But it's like a lot of TV, it's like this one person does all these, and it's like, that's not the way science works. Science is a collaboration. It's not, rock star people.
That's the biggest thing they miss across all
Yeah.
is the person.
It's like, no, we're a team. I work with other scientists. We each look at different parts, and sometimes the way you look at it, some other scientists went, oh, we did it in this system and it didn't work the way that it's working in your system, so you have to look between the two and try and figure out why did it work here and not here.
And I like to think of it as the Edison problem. Everybody thinks that Edison was this rock star that solved all these problems. He didn't. He just took a picture of people's solutions and marketed
Pretty much.
And Edison doesn't exist. He never existed. Not the one that he wanted for.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's another technique. Edison.
Yes.
All right. What do you think about
Oh,
depictions of STEM?
Absolutely, the collaborative part is missing because naturally they don't want to have 50 people come forward and say, well, this is the part I worked on, this is the thing I did. This is the hypothesis we're working from. And one of the biggest problems with that is my brother, as I said, was a scientist. He said, I write the real science fiction in the family because I write graphic and because you have to say in the document what you're going to find in order to get the money to go looking for the hypothesis that's coming up with. Maybe I have to hang up on something. Yeah.
Well, mine went off in the phone, mine got a notification.
Right. But the problem is that they always present, we know it's this thing and now we're going to prove it. So science is an exploration, right? So they are looking, they're going to examine all the facets of it, but we don't get it that way. They present it as if it's important.
Yes.
I don't think they get it right. Why you stated that. And again, it boils down to what the audience willing to do and what's necessary for the storytelling. And oftentimes it seems like they want heroic scientists. Instead of having a team of 500 collaborators, to really make it a heroic scientist person, it has to be one person or a small group of people. And I understand why they do that. As much as it is when they get the medical, I also understand why they're doing it. I really crush you have to collaborate with a bunch of consultants and specialists and spinal cord injuries. So we'll make a comment for the show because we should talk subspecialists and PTs and physical therapists to fix exactly what these programs. That just doesn't make for nearly as good television as what we actually.
I'm curious, why didn't you give the Voyager's doctor since he was technically a hologram and part of the computer?
He was actually more forgivable because you could imagine an AI with access to all that knowledge, instantaneously aware of all of that, being able to do what he does. As far as old knowledge or now applying that knowledge, that's a different thing because just because you know the knowledge, you have to still recognize the problem to be able to apply the proper knowledge to that problem. And I don't know if they got that right, but it's forgivable.
Does anybody have any questions before we move on to the next thing? Anything that you think they get right or wrong about STEM employment in science and science fiction?
There's a YouTube video that I watch. It's a doctor reviewing medical dramas,
And he points out the things that they get correct. And there are some medical dramas that he actually enjoyed watching because they do actually get some things a lot more correct. I would actually have to look back at his videos to find, because I can't remember off the top of my head.
Who's the
Dr. Mike?
No,
Dr. Mike.
he liked ER, he likes Scrubs.
Yeah,
I told you, it's the most accurate.
I worked in office for about 20 years, I agree with it. ER tries to get right, there's of course the twists.
There was an anime on Netflix called Cells at Work. They did a really good job I mean, obviously it's an anime, so they take liberties with the actual how things look, but they show like how the T cells evolve and like how the body fights off a virus and the difference between influenza A and influenza B. And it's really cute, and it's the best thing to watch when you're sick.
What gets me, the one that I think they get really wrong, is they'll have some joint military science expedition, and it'll be a scientist in charge. That is not at all how that works. For a few good reasons. One, the people who pay the money are the ones that are in charge, ever. But two, it is not a scientist's job to be sure of anything. It is a decision maker's job to be sure of something. Scientists look at evidence, say what's the most likely thing, how do we prove it, what's the next test. That's why Dr. Fauci is not running things, he's making recommendations and that sort of thing. Scientists are never sure, and people want sure people to be making the decisions. And having scientists be in charge the way they are, giving orders to a general and that sort of thing. Scientists are never giving orders to generals. And that's not how that works. And
Give me suggestions.
yes, they give you suggestions. And when the general says, is this gonna work? Possibly.
That's all I need.
Better do what he did.
I was like in a Scorpion where they had the military group and then Scorpion, and there was like, the military people expected Scorpion geeks and nerds to behave like military personnel, and like, you're not gonna get that out of this.
Military, you can speak to this more than I can, Mark, but I was military originally, but military people understand civilians don't understand military.
Right.
And we don't expect them to.
Yeah. All right, so this is a two-part question, and this is sort of just laying it out there. Are there any properties out there that you think get the science right, and any properties that get the science wrong that you're willing to just either advocate or say is good? So anything that you're reading or watching or listening to science fiction-wise that gets the science part right or really wrong?
I'm pretty forgiving of a lot of things. I mean, it doesn't seem that way when I talk about medicine, but I still watch, these science fiction shows, and even though I know it's, not real, it's okay. And even, non-science fiction TV show like Frasier, he's a psychiatrist, but he has to have a psychologist, and an old psychologist, bent on using Freud, which nobody uses Freud. But him and his brother Niles are both supposed to be excellent psychiatrists, but they don't act like it. But again, it's amusing. I am very forgiving with those kind of things, but they don't get the science right. I've always been impressed by what's his name, the director of Interstellar, and Christopher Nolan.
Yeah.
Just his curiosity more than anything else about time and how people respond to time in terms of how it affects them and how it would then affect their relationships with other people. And I think he tries to get, as far as I can tell, that aspect of the science right, and it just makes for wonderful storytelling.
Yeah, there's an old 4chan discussion group called Hydrogen times pi, because in the back on the board in Interstellar, there is an equation that has hydrogen times pi in it. And everybody would make fun of that. And that is actually a real thing about resonance energy. Hydrogen time, and everybody was ranting against that. And then a physicist wrote a really long article where it ended up being right. Nolan gets a lot of the minutia right. I think he must actually listen to those people that he's paying money to, because he gets way more right than you would think.
Thor properly wrote the equation on that.
I know somebody who worked on an old movie called Flyboys, which was a World War I aviation film. And he kept telling Dean Devlin, you can't have the propeller breaking off and chopping the guy's head off. It just doesn't work that way. But we can do something. And he was basically in charge of this, storyboarding and cinematography. And he kept trying to tell Dean, do it this way, do it this way. And so, of course, what showed up on the screen? The propeller ripping off, cutting the guy's head off. And it's just amusing. It's like, you paid all that money for that person and you didn't listen.
What I always like is when two things crash and then something off of it goes forward faster than what either one of them was doing. Like you crash the car and then you end up landing on the back of the rig that was still going away from. Yeah, that's not how that works. That's not how momentum works at all. Anything that gets really right or really wrong that you want to talk about?
A friend who is an astronomy and astrophysics professor named Dr. Mike Brotherton at the University of Wyoming mentions a movie that they always bring their students to see, and I had to ask him about it fairly recently. It's Armageddon.
Oh,
and he said, spot the errors, because there's 37 major errors and loads of little ones, and he has a list. So how many can they spot? And any number over, say, 19 or 20, they're probably a pretty good student. They know their science. So, and he said that little fellow teachers and grad students went in and they watched this thing. They said, no, just no, really no.
So that's a Michael Bay movie, and
Is it?
it is a Michael Bay movie with lots of explosions. I think that edges towards it insults the audience's intelligence. There's at some point it's just like, come on, man, this is stupid. What are you doing? Having this, whatever he's doing. I think they went to the Mir space station. It blew up, and they got off just in time. And the Russian astronaut, is like pounding on some ductwork.
Yeah.
That's
There's a frozen
That is
fuel
hard.
line, and he frees up by pounding on it at the end of the movie. To get them off.
Also, Jurassic Park, Jurassic World, and God knows what is going to happen with the third movie. There were so many things wrong with it that by the time we got to the kid clinging to the electric fence that went on and did not fry him, and that he survived that, I was done with that. I had suspended my disbelief quite a bit. And all they had to do was let the kid get off the fence before it came on, and I could have continued to ride.
Well, it's either he was grounded and it completed the circuit and he got fried, or he wasn't grounded at all and wouldn't have felt the electric shock until he fell off.
Well, if it was direct current, yeah, okay, but it's so unlikely.
Yeah.
Anything before I move on, anybody who gets it right that you want to talk about? All right. Do you get it right?
I try.
Okay.
I do try. I consult people when I'm doing something scientific. I go to friends, I go to people I know who work for NASA, I go to my own doctor, I go to chiropractors. Call it science or not if you want, they're still doing things with muscles and bones. I ask people, I say, did I get this right? And at that point, if I am getting it wrong and it's profoundly impacting my plot, then I have to make a decision whether to change the plot or the science.
Okay. Do you mind changing the science for the plot? Does it bother you?
It depends.
Okay.
I don't mind writing space opera where I am faster than light travel, that nobody ages unusually back on the planet that they came from.
Gotcha.
But that's part of the story.
Okay.
And if you talk to Chuck Gannon, the faster than light travel, changing everything is part of the story.
Anything that gets it right or wrong that you want to talk about?
Wrong? Yeah, it's hard to find the ones that are. So I was thinking, one of the things I was watching was like Leverage. I love Leverage, but anytime they do anything with biology, it just gets under my skin. And it was like, there was one where, there was somebody trying to set off this bomb with like an old influenza, and there's like rushing to do, just upend it in some bleach. It's a virus, it will die.
Is that the one where they have the group of people who they're like con artists or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
They get revenge for other people.
Gotcha. those type of shows would be infuriating in another way for other people, because in order to make the con artists super intelligent, they have to make the FBI amazingly incompetent. And, you know, there's a Blacklist, I think, is another one that has this super smart guy who's always telling the FBI what to do. And, you know, there's this one scene where he's like, shut off the bridges, and then the FBI agent's like, we should shut off the bridges. And it's like, oh, is he using the Jedi mind trick on you, or are you being stupid?
No, that's stupid. This is the Inspector Lestrade.
But like any of the CW, you know, shows of Flash, Arrow, every time they start doing science, I'm like, la 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 la, la la la. Okay, we're done. We can continue.
Do you find any shows interesting from a science perspective?
From a science perspective, not usually for mine. It's like a lot of times I'll watch it even though it's bad science. I'll just like skip over, you know, like I said, just I didn't hear that, I'm fine. There are some movies that I've watched and I'm looking at their molecule of DNA that they obviously hired some artist to do. I'm like, you could have just pulled that off the internet and been right. Instead, you had an artist do it, and the bonds, the phosphate backbone is not attached to the other. I'm like, going, how do you do that?
Magic.
Yep.
To the fabulous lady at the end.
So I've heard Big Bang Theory. Now, the show itself is about the relationship between these people, so that's all fiction. But the science that was actually on the chalkboards was real science done by a real physician or real physicist, because they would basically write in the script that, yeah, there's some sciencey stuff here. And it didn't really matter what the sciencey stuff was, just as long as it kept the plot moving. And they would actually go to the physics, like, so what goes on here? And they'd actually have physicians or physicists actually writing the equations that are on the chalkboard, so they're actually accurate. The shows I really like, and it's not necessarily that the science is extremely accurate, but I like the ones that take a hypothesis or look at the future. And one reason I love Star Trek is because they did look at the future, the things that weren't real, and envision what that could be. The one Ready Player One, and not because of what the whole game. It was the concept. If you read the book, you get a lot more detail because it goes into detail on how they use virtual reality as a classroom. And we came so close to seeing what that could have actually been like just a couple of years ago. But that reality of being able to provide a quality education to anybody anywhere through virtual reality actually was really unique and interesting, and I could see it happening. We don't have the technology there, but the fact that it's asking the question or posing it as a possible solution, that's what I like to see in science. I can't think of one that I actually like the science in. Futurama.
Oh. That's because Matt Groening does extensive research. Extensive.
And they're mathematicians and physicists on his writing.
Yes.
Because a friend of mine writes for The Simpsons, and the math jokes, usually on blackboards and things, are accurate.
Yes.
They're very, very smart people writing that.
Matt Groening is, when it comes to putting the right people onto his writing team, he's a genius. All right, now I'm going to answer for that. I'm going to answer that, but it has occurred to me that I have a once in a lifetime opportunity. I have a physician and a molecular biologist. Would y'all please give us the correct definition of inoculate, since I've heard it about 1 billion times in the last 2 years? They misuse inoculate a lot, especially on the news.
Give me an example.
When somebody is being vaccinated with something that does not have any of the live or dead virus in it, and they're saying that they're being inoculated. So it's one word that gets misused a lot. What does it mean to inoculate somebody?
They're resistant to the infection, but they're not necessarily cured of the infection.
Right, and they're exposed to.
Right.
So back when they used to do smallpox vaccines, they actually had smallpox in it. So that was a true inoculation. Most vaccines today don't contain. So you haven't been inoculated, you've been vaccinated.
I've actually been accidentally inoculated with vaccinia virus, which is, lab accident.
Which one?
Vaccinia, it was a one where we were using to express the matrix protein from HIV, and they opened it up and it went chick, 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 chick.
So I was vaccinated or inoculated once with a live virus just to test my immune system.
Scientists do this to themselves. My brother said that things that they were not allowed to do because they didn't get FDA approval for their question. They they would use on each other or themselves.
So that's one of the things that the comic books get right, like.
Self-experimentation?
Yes. All right, so for me, the bad one is gravity. When you are in a zero gravity environment and you hit the end of a rope and it stretches taut, you actually bounce back. You don't stay at the end of the rope being accelerated around. When two satellites hit each other and they're in orbit, they don't speed up, stay in that orbital plane and just go a whole lot faster. You speed up, you shoot out of orbit. If you collapse into something, the entire mass of debris is not going to be going faster than all the other debris put together. That's not how conservation of momentum works. So gravity, almost all of gravity just annoyed the ever-loving crap out of me.
What was worse is they promoted it as being accurate.
Yes, they did. One that I really like that gets it right, or mostly right, is Michael Crichton. His actual books and the stuff that he tries to make, it's drunk science. Michael Crichton was in the 80s, and 70s, doing a lot of cocaine. I had a lot of scientific knowledge and did a lot of what ifs. But in his actual books, he gets the underlying science right and doesn't spend a lot of time belaboring the point. So Michael Crichton actually, especially in his books, but also in his movies to a lesser degree, actually got a lot of the laboratory science and the research medicine as right as anybody else that I've seen. He was on cocaine at the time, so he got a little bit of.
I mean, he did his best, but some of the storytelling in Jurassic Park, like the book,
Yeah.
you know, the whole flies in amber thing.
Yes.
The DNA of dinosaurs lasting that long, regardless of if it's an amber or not. And then just sort of hand waving.
Things that people thought might be possible when they were first getting into recombinant DNA and that sort of thing. At least I think he got it as right, more right than a lot of the other people.
He tried more.
Yeah. And he had advanced degrees.
But I also think that some of what he was trying to do was like, I'm doing the best with the science that we have, but this is the story I want to tell, and these are the characters I want to inhabit that story. And if the science doesn't support it, it's okay, because the story supports what I want to do. And I think that's fine, that if you understand it that way too.
All right, so that's actually 15 minutes, which is how long these are supposed to be. But now I'm going to start down here with her. And where should everybody look to find you? How can they find you after the con? And what's one thing of yours that they should be looking for?
Sure. So for the con, you can find me at LR Gold Writes on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. I'm not really active, but you can find me there or at lrgold.com for my webpage. As far as the thing you should get from me is, I would have to say from the base of this panel is actually my science fiction medical mystery. It's a really fun story. It was basing off a hypothesis of how you would actually make a generation ship work, and that's kind of where the story starts. That's what I would do. After that, as far as this con, I will be 10 o'clock. I'll be at the signing table tomorrow, and then I'm on a handful of other launches. Look in the program and find it.
As far as the Dance of Ages series, like I said, I've got books 1 and 2 out. It's on Amazon and ebook and regular formats. I've got, like I said, my first hard sci-fi story coming out in the Zombies Need Brains, Brave New Worlds.
What's the full name on your author's page on Amazon?
It's A.M. Giddings or Angela Giddings on Amazon. And I'm Angela Giddings on Facebook with the mask with the spider on it. And hopefully this summer I'm hoping to film my first movie as a short movie as a director. So that's my summer project. I can be found next at the Ask a Mad Scientist panel. And I'm on a couple others tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm at jodylynnie.com or jodynye.com. You can find me on Facebook occasionally, Twitter almost never. Sorry, I don't tweet and run. And I have 3 items tomorrow, 3 items on Sunday. So stop by and talk to me. I'll be at the signing table tomorrow at 4 o'clock. So if you want to come by and chat, that's fine.
Awesome.
I'm Davis Ashura, just in case you forgot, but you can find me on my website at davisashura.com. You can find me on Facebook and Instagram, but I'm not on Twitter. I've got 3 epic fantasy series out, 2 are complete, The Cast and the Outcast and The Chronicles of William Wilde. The Chronicles was written for my then teenage son, so it's a more young adult. But the series that most people seem to like the most, at least based upon how it's been received, is the one that I'm working on right now called Instrument of Omens. First book is called The Testament of Steel, and it's world building that's inspired by my part of India for Cast and the Outcast and Instrument of Omens. And like I said earlier, it's epic fantasy that is generally hopeful in nature, so it's not grim dark.
I'm Mark, Ohio Mark, so ohiomarkonline.com, and Ohio Mark is the stage name of mine from way back in the day. But when the movie The Room came out, Tommy Wiseau's The Room, if you're not familiar with it, the movie The Disaster Artist was made about the making of this movie. But in it, Tommy Wiseau, who is the writer, director, and producer, his character, every time, no matter what was going on, he saw his best friend Mark, he would stop what he was doing and go, "Oh, hi, Mark." So whenever I would walk into one of our cast rehearsals, everybody would stop and go, "Oh, hi, Mark." And that became my stage name. And from there, I sort of used it as I moved into the online events and that kind of stuff. But you can find me at ohiomarkonline.com. That's OHAI, Ohio. You can find me on Facebook, either as my real name, Mark Lucas, and I also have a page, OhioMark76. You can find me on Twitch. You can find me on Twitter. And also, I have the badge ribbons. So if you want one, you can come up and get one. If you want a pink one, that's the one for people. That is a Sunday terrible movies live stream that I do. So we watch a movie on Twitch, which means it has to be on Amazon Prime. But we watch a movie and then we do a con style panel at the end where we talk about what was good, what was bad, why do they call it a terrible movie. We recently we've done Highlander 2, and they're all 75 movies. And they're all
That's the
listed
premise
on
of the first one. That's the ability to
yes. But anyway, so that's why we had the Wonderful People one. But if you follow me anywhere, I'll give you Wonderful People one, and I have a little bit of swag to give away.
I've seen it on a movie at Amazon Prime.
Okay.
She says it's terrible. I'm not allowed to watch it. She plays the mother.
Okay. But I think that's about it. We've sort of hit the end of our time. We're within 4 minutes. I haven't moderated a panel in a couple of years, so I hope that wasn't too painful. Sure.
Have any of you read The Dragon Riders of Pern? What did you think of the science in The Dragon Riders of Pern?
I liked it until the sun showed up.
Pretty much. Yeah.
And a consultant biologist she worked with,
Yeah,
Dr.
and-
Jack Cohen at the University of Birmingham.
Todd said that his mother did just enough of the science and he never has to worry about it. Todd was the guest of honor at Mysticon a few years ago. Great guy. He goes through great pains when he writes his, but when he writes in Pern, he said he never has to worry about it. He didn't have to, because his mom set it up just enough, and she didn't go into so much detail that it.
That it ruins.
Yeah, I like the fantasy series, but once they started explaining how they got there, that's when I kind of lost interest in it.
Oh, I loved all of it. I've read every book except for I think the most recent ones, the ones that Todd
Here's
wrote
Anthony,
on.
it's another one that I enjoy.
I plan on reading.
Just enough right, it doesn't explain anything, and there's always a pun somewhere.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to be a walking advertisement for me? Awesome. And I have free stuff to give away if anybody wants to stick around.
Actually, I have 17.
Just follow me anywhere. Instagram, everywhere. Facebook, find me anywhere, and you can do one of those people.
Nobody's in there with like a t-shirt and gloves. It's always the loud dance. There you go. I'm graduating last watching like you're lucky up the room.
We've done 75
Those
movies.
Christopher Fields, look at where you're at. This is explained.
At least once a day we
And
get.
it's like,
You follow me somewhere, I'm gonna make one.
one of my mentors always did this in the mouth by setting people in school. And we were so salmonella.
Matt and I are.
And he's not pipetting really well.
That's
So it's like accidentally stuck my cat in the mouse.
He brought me.
I had to we watch the movie, it's me and usually Carol Cowles, Carol Cole, and Jason Goldberg. She's a anybody wants to great. I have.
I won't say no to
What I have. Yeah, really, just call it.
Yeah, they actually it was, yeah, that was the later one, but it was, yeah, like, you know,
Well, I had 1,600 followers there.
not the physical thing, but sending your data. Linking to points, so I use that as a tour, basically, they're just these where they go there, when the colonists reach the planet, send their data to a carrier, and gather process it for the colonists, right?
Are you looking for my website, or are you looking for me on Facebook?
I'm just trying to make sure that you don't correct the questions when you want to get to me.
You have the list. If you go to that website, then, modern page is all my links.
Cool.
I have a mug here, I have mouse pads, and I have stickers. Thank you.
I would say I'm not a person today. I don't need any more coffee.
I actually will not be.
I have too many coffee cups at home.
Yeah.
I like the omega.
It's usually how it's.
Right.
Yeah, following our movies, I also do on Twitch on Wednesdays around game night, it's different.
I also like the.
Yeah.
I saw that out there.
So Tom's been my big brother for many years.
Yeah, it's hard.
I had not moderated the panel.
For my first dance.
That's pretty
My
good.
first time.
See you later.
All right, sure. Are you speaking about tables?
I wasn't here yet. I got here later in the day.
I'm gonna give you a little bit of advice. After 10 o'clock, you'll be anywhere by yourself. Have a friend.
She's my friend. I'm not going anywhere in the con at all without her.
2, 1 shower, 2 meals, 4 hours of sleep.
Oh, I can't function on those 3 years.
I'm just saying, but don't forget to eat, don't forget to eat, don't forget to shower, don't forget to sleep. Because there's something to do all night, and I'm not lying, all night, and all day, and all night tomorrow night, and all day again Sunday. But you will have a headache, you'll be grumpy, you're not gonna enjoy yourself, so as the first con, and then don't take a drink that you didn't see poured.
And don't let your cup down.
99.99% of everybody here is a great person,
I have a 24-ounce
but
water
not
bottle.
everybody. But if you ever have any problems, that guy right there can tell you.
Where did I refill it?
Down the hallway.
Those.
And after 11:30, room 308 will be open for your drinks and all that kind of stuff. Me. Me and,
What kind of free drinks?
hold on 1 second.
Howdy, howdy.
Plenty of free drinks, lots of drinks.
About to go be a mad scientist.
Yeah.
Or something.
Mr. Kennedy, are you in here at 5:30?
Yeah, I was just.
Oh, good,
checking out there.
I'm here at 9:30.
I hope that was-
Names that came out right today.
Thank you.
He's a liar.
We're so glad that.
I honestly, other than my own Twitch thing, which I'm the host of, so it's supposed to be me, I haven't moderated the panel in over 2 years.
It looks have it? Or is it not? I haven't got a chance to look at it, because I'm sure it'll be posted on Facebook.
Thank you. You grew that beard, and now I just can almost not contain myself from hugging.
Oh, wow, actually.
You only have one picture of your.
I've got more than one.
Congratulations. Well deserved.
Because some of them are ones I would do.
It's the Hall of Minerals in Carnegie Museum
I've
of
got a lot
Natural
of-
History in Pittsburgh.
I've got a lot more of my dog in
But
here.
I love the fact that the angle, I'm standing right in front of that mirror. You cannot actually
I've also
see me
uploaded
because
some
of
of
the
them
angle,
to the
but.
cloud, so I have
I hope that wasn't too painful for you. I have moderated other panels where I've talked too much, so I try not to do that. Darren, did you hear what I said? About beard? Yep. Okay. So.
The one on the right is.
Oh, yeah, he's good.
And that's my other.
Yeah, I just sort of want to go and grab you and hug you, but I didn't.
This is what happened.
That's a lot of bees.
Yeah, that's my house.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that was accidental bees.
What are they?
Honeybees?
They are honeybees.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well,
you got a swarm.
I did, and my mom was standing outside when they came in.
They're really gentle when they
Yeah.
swarm.
Yeah, they are.
I
I watched JP.
Was that recorded?
Well, we are.
That-
I'm in Carver, near Chapel Hill.
Yeah, we're in Raleigh.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, did you get somebody to get them?
We're on his list. So, there's a list apparently.
Oh, yeah, there's a swarm list.
Yeah.
You can email.
Okay.
No, seriously, like we actually just started our third hive this year.
Okay.
And I have a friend who keeps bees as well.
We're not spraying the house until they're gone.
Yeah, no.
So we're.
I like watching the videos.
Problem is, if they get settled in there, that's a problem. If they're still swarming, usually the swarm is.
I think they're settled. I think what happened, previous owners had something up in there, right? But these were a new swarm, and according to the bee guy that came, it's like, the season for them is mostly over for now.
Yeah,
So,
they're very late, yes.
so what we're gonna do is cut a hole in my mom's closet and go up there and
Yeah.
remove the comb, get the queen.
Right.
Put it.
So if you, they're much harder to remove if they're already in there.
Yeah.
But that might require calling somebody like a vacuum.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I mean, we're on the vacuum guy list.
Okay.
essentially, so.
Yeah. If you can,
But like once
he's got them out.
or once we know when he's coming.
Yeah.
I can email you. Yes, you're welcome to the bees.
Yeah, we have, well, you probably take them, actually. I would assume.
He asked us if we had anybody that wanted them. So.
I mean, if he doesn't want them, I will certainly take them.
Okay.
This here, just to give you some pictures, we have,
I thought it was gonna be there too, but it's this.
we just started our third hive. So we've got three of
Those are
them
pretty
here.
boxes.
Yes, those are nice.
So those are flow hives, which actually I can see what happens with those, which is really neat. So you got these because you can tap the hive.
Oh, that.
So that's the flow hive in the back. You have a special top box. They put just basically put honey in there, and then you can open it up and.
That's cool. And you don't have to disturb the bees and remove the comb and stuff.
Yeah, and you usually get more honey from it.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's mine.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
And that has just my email on it, so.
Yeah. I just took out, sorry, now you talked about my kids, so I'm showing you the pictures.
Oh, yeah.
But this was I took out the cream honey, so that's all the stuff that's involved with actually getting the honey out is it come out. So this is much nicer. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, definitely let me know between me, one of my friends, one of our friends, somebody will definitely.
If I had a yard, I would love to have bees.
They're so fun.
Yeah.
They're so fun.
I live in an
Well,
apartment, I
it's
can't
fun to
have
watch,
bees.
yeah, if they work in my house or something,
Your house, yeah, not so much.
but, you know, they.
Pretty sure my apartment complex would get mad at me if I put a bee box in the backyard.
We're in this room, so.
Oh, we same.
Oh, you would, yeah, oh, okay.
So,
Well, I'm
We,
good.
we have all the vents like
Oh, we
covered
can-
up,
We can just chat about the bees.
because otherwise they were coming in the house and then dying. So we had to like cover a couple of vents when they were coming in,
Right.
because otherwise we were sitting there picking up the bees gently and lifting them out of the house.
Yeah, they're.
I didn't realize that it was so close to when your second panel was starting.
Yeah, that's why I was here. I was just like, well, what else do we have here? Yeah, so they're
Yeah, they are.
we started beekeeping last year. And it's been great. I actually brought a little bit with me, but I gave it to my nephew who came earlier. But I mean, I would absolutely have samples out. We haven't gotten enough yet to really show off.
I think I was there when the storm came in.
Yeah.
It's like he was trying to convince
So he's trying to get them into them.
them. They knew where they wanted. So they're.
Yeah, that's, you gotta have somebody.
Big bucks in to try it, but they're like, no.
Yeah. Well, do you?
I don't, they're not right now, because I just have a lot of things going on. I also have my neighbor's chickens going in the yard.
Chickens and bees actually do very well together.
Sometimes I'll watch the bee videos on the hornet removal videos, and on hornet removal people will feed the lost eggs to their chickens.
Oh, yeah.
Good protein.
Yes.
My weirdest bee thing lately was, this is the most random series of events, but like, they were gonna do blasting near my house. So they have a guy come to inspect your house to make sure that there's not already cracks in the wall, so they can't see them after they do blasting. So they come and do an inspection of your house. We go up to the third floor, I never go up there. He's in the one corner and goes, "There's water behind your wall." And I'm like, "Well, what do you know? There is. I must have a hole in my roof." So I call the roof people. There's roof medic in Charlotte. So I call roof medic and they go up and I walk outside after he's been up there for an hour and a half and I can't find him. And all of a sudden, as I'm walking out, I'm walking up beside my house, all of a sudden I hear zzz, and I look on the ground and there's just big hunks of honeycomb everywhere. And the first thing I thought was, he got into a beehive, he's fallen off the roof, there's a dead body in my front yard. But I go around the front, he's still up there, and he speaks mostly Spanish with some English. I'm like, "Bees?" He goes, "Bees!" And I'm like, "Are you okay?" He goes, "They did not sting me." I'm like, "Well, thank God," because I'm not sure I have. Guy is on third-story roof, got stung by bees that came out of my roof and attacked him and fell and broke his legs. Insurance. I'm just not sure.
I think that's act of God.
I'm not sure if I've got that, but I've got universal. I'm like, I guess that's universal. I sure hope so. So I just said, "You be careful." He goes, "Okay." So fixed roof, everything's dry. And I felt bad when the bees had to go, but I'm like, I don't know how you get bees out of a third-story roof without. I mean, I'm sure they.
You should check out JP the Bee Man. He does some bee removals in really weird, cramped places.
I think that by the time I knew there were bees up there, the repairman already had all of the bees on the ground.
Right.
There was not gonna be any pollen. Yeah, I was like, I would call there, but we used to kill bees when I was a kid, and I was like, not sure that's gonna work.
Now the.
Y'all enjoy his work?
You guys did a great job.
That was fun.
Okay.
Thanks for coming. Are y'all staying in the hotel or y'all going home? Yeah, I'm gonna do this panel, get in my car and go home.
Well, I'm theoretically, but it's not in the program, it's on stack, but it's on the program. And I know one of them, we don't have it.
That's the thing.
We'll see what happens.
Show up at 10:30, if nobody's there by 10:35.
Yeah, we have a dog. I'm worried.
Yeah, he thinks he's going out and watching. And they'll come up, you know, they're just selling and they come up and check us out and
You're talking about,
we're like,
you're talking about experience, not speaking.
You're right, yeah.
My high school standards. These words from
Mason always try.
That's too First time I was up there asking, housekeeping, did not speak English. And I can remember what's what it is, which is, right. You know, I have to go back to my high school Spanish for like towels, washer.
I know, it was Kalaya.
Right.
I forget washcloth.
I was at ConCarolinas.org and then go to the schedule.
Or if you get the SCED app,
Yeah, it's an app, what's it called?
SCED, like schedule without mule. So what I do is I keep SCED on, and then once you open up SCED, you just search for the event you're at. Because a lot of different events in SCED, and so like by the time ConCarolinas, it'll take ConCarolinas back out to the rest of the time. You just search that one and do it. Hey, we're glad to have you. Yeah, it looks like a little white and yellow astronaut man on a black
I'm
background.
installing it now, it's slow.
Yeah, let's put it in the basement of the hotel.
I mostly want data, yeah.
Gotcha.
And I don't have the best data. Oh, I could probably connect.
Only if you're staying here.
I am,
Okay.
but I don't know if I have a password or what.
Go into your last name and room number.
Well, her last name.
Yeah. Yeah, it took me forever to figure out what combination of settings would let me get Wi-Fi down here. So I don't have. But I did finally get it.
Very happy about it.
Just look at just standing there going. Great, you still had to do the train too.
I just got a new data from my internet. My phones are running. I don't ever use up my phone data anyway, because I just I'm all over my house. And by the time I got my Wi-Fi connected,
Gotcha.
Right.
Rom-com sounds tasty.
There's just us or more people?
There's 5.
Where's the?
Oh, I'm the moderator. Oh, goodness. All right. Fortunately, since it's Ask a Mad Scientist, we got it. Yeah, we're supposed to have. Hey, Gil, have you seen?
No.
Yeah, I haven't seen Leanne here at all. Graves, but.
Graves, I've seen.
I've seen Graves is here, yeah, I know. So hopefully he'll be down. I mean, he's got 12 minutes, so it's not like he's later. Been back to We get from there. I missed our little gathering. That was always so much fun.
We will get that.
Yeah, at some point. Come on. Oh, yeah, I know.
I know.
Just reminiscing.
I know. No one is that.
I'm standing outside with the big allergy season, and I heard them coming. It's like,
We started out with the B marker. No. Heather made this into a book. And it's also reversible. It is great. Very good job.
That is.
Class on both sides.
Outside standards.
Oh, you're right.
I went up to ConCarolinas and I went to.
Yeah. This is supposed to be just inside. Yeah. The sucker is inside out. Yeah. So it didn't surprise her. Yeah. Well, really fancy new black shirt. I wore for the first time. Also wore it outside. And I'm very looks really good.
Something called comfort book, where as you move across.
Yeah, like we're here all the time. And it's 4 decisions have been made.
Goes along with the movie scene out to actual weather algorithm. Like, oh, we're filming a winter scene in summer and we're all in heavy clothes sweating. Versus the, hey, we have a summer scene, it's midwinter and we're in shorts, sitting there going, yeah.
People will be able to tell that you were filming in the wire because you'll be blue in the video.
Digitally remove the crowd. Like underneath the table where to make it see there is a blanket to try and keep up.
Right, y'all, check it out. In the Army, we have something called, I'm about to give you your warning order. Y'all run this, y'all are here to ask us questions, and we're gonna do our best to answer them. We'll see what we can do. Let's start now. Ask, he's mad, or in my case, slightly perturbed. I'm not mad, I'm excited.
Same here.
Well, aren't you, they're thinking things, what things you can answer.
It's not 7 more minutes. I'm waiting for Graves to get here. If I was giving them a warning order to get started. Pumped. I read the third chess book, and I was going to tell you, I wrote talked to the bishop, and someone said to pontificate about it. And I want to know if anybody, y'all are off Lily's list, but I want to know if anybody gets my pun.
Yeah.
Because as I read it, I was like, I must tell Gail, awful, awful, awful pun.
I'm just the best kind of jokes.
Oh, you're gonna get along so well.
I have 8 puns.
Is that
I have tea puns.
tea is in the drink?
Yes, it's in the drink.
Oh, cool. Let's sit on that for a minute.
Yeah.
I can tell a story. When I was a teenager, we lived in a little town, and my mom had a Dodge. It was a truck, and we would drive, and we stopped at the post office. And we were leaving the post office, and we were going to go into town, and she said, let's get the heck out of Dodge. Without even thinking about it, I turned around and said, I don't want to, because there will be on the road.
I have a similar joke. You want to hear it?
Sure.
There was a man driving a boxy Honda, and then he got out just whenever. I just messed it up. Okay, let me try it. I done screwed up. There's a man who has a boxy Honda that he did not survive the flash flood. Why? Because he was out of his element. I would have done a much better job of that 4 hours in there.
Right.
Hey! I hadn't seen you yet, so I was like, I hope he answered.
Oh, I had to work, so,
Oh, no.
yeah, so, came in late.
How many,
So I have no badge,
how many pages?
like the full thing.
What is your typical half day?
Well, half day would be about 12, so full days, scheduling 24, but usually with no shows, we're going to be later, last minute stuff, it's like 20 to 21.
Okay.
So it's not bad.
It's doable, but still, we're glad you're here. We have the same. Ish. Ish.
Yes, you have. Many. Usually have a minute.
I do about 5 to 7 weeks of maternal child service. So our resident will go down all of our new moms and babies and any sick kids from about 5 different clinics. I see and I don't miss it. Yeah.
He was near the top of when it was around.
Where did he go in?
So he's in Antioch, Virginia now, and basically the only doctor.
Okay.
So he's see the entire county.
Family medicine or internal family?
Yeah, and you were saying like even at 24, he had been running like 30 patients a day. There.
I could do it if I didn't have to be.
Yeah, well, so this is, the good thing is that he is basically, nobody has any money, so he'll do like $30 pay. And whatever, his house calls him. He really likes it, but he's slowing down now.
Yeah, the document, you can see it.
Yeah, I love it when I take her guys down.
It becomes too much. What you want? What you
Yeah, especially when that secondary grade fun and you're like, you don't have their history or anything, you're like, oh, look at my skin today. I don't know, you probably can come back.
So our entire medical system switched from one electronic medical record to a different electronic medical record. And what it did when it did it is that it went out to every list of medicines from like their ophthalmologists, their psychiatrists, me. And then it put them all together, and it goes, they're on all these medicines. So they're on lisinopril 10 and 20 and 40 and 5. And it's that way. So the first 10 minutes of every 20-minute visit, we sit there and we go, you still take that? Yes. Yes, fix that. Do you still take that? Oh, OMG. Okay. Oh man, it's the beginning of June. I only give myself one OMG per month, and so I just use it on June 3rd. Oh man, I'm stuck. From July. Well, that was my OMG for June. I just got to see it. So, hallelujah. All right, let's see. It is 9:29. We are still in the grade.
We need more chairs.
We need more chairs.
We have had Jason Graves?
Yeah. He's here.
Everybody take it back.
And I'm gonna.
There's another Jason
Yeah, mine actually. I don't know how. It's pretty far out, but I'll probably do this. Kind of tight quarters anyway. Well, y'all don't have to. I'm just doing nothing. Darren wants to go back to work on Monday.
Sorry, I was gonna go back then, but I was. Yeah, no, I really want to go back to work on Monday.
Actually, you know, I got COVID in September, so I did telemedicine. Like, you know, and I was like, and I had this very sweet for 20-year-old. That's literally like 102 fever. Like I felt like I got hit by a truck. Like in between the morning, I was like taking a nap, you know. And then I was in a healthy. She was like, so I had COVID. And the only thing she's like, so I didn't get those monoclonal antibodies. Honey, I'm about 1,000% sicker you are, and I don't even qualify for it, so no.
You're not in the hospital for this.
It is officially 9:30, so we will get started brain not work. We'll get started with the Ask a Mad Scientist, or in my case, the Ask a Slightly Perturbed Scientist. And what we're going to do is we're going to start at this end down here. Everybody will tell you who they are, what they do that has them at an event like this, and what they do otherwise that puts them on this particular panel. And then we will open the floor for questions because that's how this works. So, Dr. Leanne Patel.
I think we already kind of went over Leanne. Leanne Patel, family medicine doctor, practice out of Rockville, South Carolina. But so that's my day job, and then my lovely job besides raising 3 youngins is young adult organization and that's why I get to be here.
I'm up there.
Hi, I'm Angela Giddings. I'm a molecular biologist, currently now manager at LabCorp for validations and reagents and stuff. Why I'm here is I write a futuristic fantasy sci-fi series with vampires. It's a Handsome Ages series. There's two novels in it, and I just recently got a short story into the Brains. Great.
Congratulations.
That's for film in New York.
I am William Tracy. I chemical engineer, mechanical engineering for years. Performance engineering and general design work. My specialty was kinematic applications. So looking at where points and lines documentation methods. I now mentor data analysts and go over all that sort of stuff. That's also very helpful in my why I'm here, which is that I write and publish science fiction and fantasy. I recently started up my own queer indie science fiction fantasy publishing company, and I'm running a Kickstarter as we speak. If you're interested for the next 12 books, anything from series to standalones to anthologies, lesbian space opera, lesbian mermaids. So I think that's about it.
I'm Jason Graves. I spent 10 years of my life working in hospitals. Therapist, did a bachelor's degree in toxicology and a master's degree in molecular genetics, which is a great degree for this is actually the first time I've been able to join that science.
And I am Darren Kennedy. My day job is I'm also a family physician. I finished med school in 97, graduated in 2000, in the Army until 2008 as an Army doctor deployed to a degree, and then in 2009 to present, I've been teaching young family medicine residents and senior down in Charlotte. My other job is I write contemporary fantasy and paranormal thrillers / mystery right outside this door, and I'll be out there tomorrow if you want to see the started. So this is called Ask a Mad Scientist. So this is one of the more audience participation panels that we're going to do our best to field anything that y'all ask is within our knowledge base. Like, they're like, tell us the nuclear engineer. I'm like, sorry, Jim Bill's not here. Jim will talk your head off about nuclear engineering. So, like to pose to her.
I also be.
So you can ask me, was it realistic whenever in Tommy Boy, whenever he ran from the Vietnam? What you got?
So, barring pandemic, what did you see as the most likely humanity ender that will come up in the next 5 to 10 years?
I'd love to see zombie apocalypse. You know, one good zombie apocalypse.
Is going to reanimate how many 13 pig brains? I thought it was, I forget where, and I actually think it was legit. I'm like, can we not? And I'm like, pigs will kill you. They will. And zombie pigs will kill you and you can't pull them back. And I'm like, oh.
Dinosaurs from the DNA in bugs and amber.
Yeah,
Did
you
not
just
watch those
reverse
movies?
engineered chickens.
Okay, serious answer. Aside from climate change, which I think we're going to be going on, yeah, most likely a much more virulent form of zoonotic than animals and humans. I mean, monkeypox exactly is happening more and more. So, zoonotic disease.
On the upside, the smallpox vaccine take care of monkeypox, and smallpox vaccine is not smallpox vaccine, and we have plenty of that.
Share with them what we found about these smallpox. Who here doesn't know that? If you'll be able to skip over it, does everybody know where the smallpox? You got this.
So it comes from cowpox. basically they found during smallpox vaccines, milkmaids were more resistant to, they wouldn't get smallpox or they would get it in a much more mild form. And that was because they were exposed to vaccinia, which is the version that infected cows, which was close enough that it would afford some immunity. So what they started to do really early on, I think Jenner did it too. They had a young boy that he just basically took a material from smallpox, from a cowpox, and ground it up and inoculated this young boy that had, and set him loose. Like, yeah, can't do that anymore. Although I accidentally did that to myself in a lab accident. I was working with vaccinia, and it opened it a little too low in the hood, so it was the splash and I got a box here and here. So I'm protected against probably the monkeypox that
And ever since then, somebody tells her about every 5 issues that with great power comes great responsibility.
There you go. Well, it passed my partner too, because I hugged him in bearskin to bearskin, so he got little marks right there. It's like, well, at least.
And as somebody who got to vaccinate a lot of people against smallpox when I went to Iraq, I got to see like this one guy, I'll never forget, he had the best leopard tattoo going down his arm, and then all of a sudden, it got new spots. I'm not even making this up. I'm like, well, you're inoculated, that works. So we're back to zoonotic disease.
Question. So, like everybody 55 and over got the smallpox shot as a kid, right? Where does that leave everybody else?
Screwed. I have a feeling if it hits a tipping point that we're gonna do widespread smallpox vaccination, then we get to go through the whole anti-vaccine gate. Can't wait. I've already thought about
Right. And it's easy, all you have to do is like freeze dry it and ship it, because it's a DNA virus and it's one of the more stable DNA viruses. So you can just freeze dry it, ship it through the mail, reconstitute it on the other end. That's why it was such an effective vaccination strategy, because it was very stable and easy to transport. Any refrigeration, really.
Do you have a new question?
No, I was just going to add to it. The origin of the vaccine is from the Latin vaca, meaning cow.
Yeah, cow. Vaccinia.
Cool. Thank you. All right. Man, your turn. Go.
I'm gonna say the politicians in charge of weapons of mass destruction.
I'm parasites.
That
was my entire childhood.
Yeah.
Hey, let's hide under the desk today, kids.
It'll protect you. It'll really.
Cover iodine pills.
What you got?
I would turn that, but one of the things is one of the many, many nuclear bombs that accidentally dropped in various places start going off because they've decayed to the point where the shielding and all that starts releasing massive amounts of radiation into their environment.
There's one on the coast of Carolina that they never found.
Yeah, there's one up Tybee in Georgia, there's one in I think Goldsboro, North Carolina. They just kind of cemented into the ground. Yeah.
Lost it. Fell off the plane.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's the one you don't want to be the driver for that.
I'm gonna have to go with climate change.
Yeah.
Has anybody read Kim Stanley Robinson's 2030 or 2130 New York? It's a great book. Kim Stanley Robinson goes on a bit sometimes, but the actual science behind it is basically looking at New York as it's flooded and trying to shore up the buildings and how people move from building to building and live in various floors of skyscrapers. Fascinating book, every day. But like you said, we are very, very close to a tipping point. And the sustained yells from scientists basically have been getting even louder, and nobody's doing anything. I actually just
this is a for data analysts. We just had a collaboration project about carbon offsets. But aren't because basically somebody says, I have a small land, but I'm not going to put that down. Somebody says, oh great, I'm going to put out that much carbon. That's not actually helping anything. That's here. We need to do this. So unless we come up with new techniques for capturing carbon in the oceans or in plants or the problem very quickly, and it is as we call it rock or something, is it will grow faster the farther along it gets.
I'm gonna say it's a little bit of all of the above, but here's my actual answer is, I see the whole world as a big jigsaw. You can take one piece out of a jigsaw puzzle and you can still kind of see it, but eventually you get to the point where you take more pieces out that is no longer the thing, and it's is it gonna be people? And food, and the plants we see, then the animals eat plants, don't eat, and then the animals eat the animals, don't eat, and everybody dies. So.
I have something to add to that, actually. I've heard that some of the conservation efforts to try to save bees are saving the wrong kinds of bees.
All right, we can't. Honeybees are not endangered, sort of. All honeybees you see are domestic, but not domesticated, but are owned in a hive by something. They are taken care of by a person. Many honeybees in the wild, like woods in your house, will die after you. There's a mite, but basically one. So to your point, the honeybees are not being killed. They'll try by pesticides and stuff like that, but beekeepers should take care of them, they're fine. Pollinators in general are being affected. You can put pollinator boxes in your house, which is basically little tubes in a little house like that. And solitary pollinators, which are the fun little bees that you see all over the place. There are honeybees, there are bumblebees, or carpenter bees, little bitty iridescent bees, sort of fun. Those are the ones that are here because you don't have anybody to take care of them, and a lot of them don't have the same hive mentality as honeybees. So they will have a mother that mates, has X number of children, they go on propagate, they make their little homes over the winter. They have a very solitary life cycle. So that is very impacted by pesticides, global warming, change of crops, and so on and so forth. So yes.
My thing was between the zoonotic disease, the climate change, the disease, everything, something, I know it's a little bit of a broad answer, but a critical piece is going to be removed from the chain, and eventually the chain is going to break. And they're going to go, oh my gosh, we're going to put that thing back on. We've let that link completely be removed from the planet, and we are not God. We can't recreate the link. That's what that's just like what?
You've taken them out, but eventually you're gonna take them out that makes the whole thing go.
Is there more danger of a drought or an ice age if the salinity of the ocean drops below a certain point and it freezes?
Okay, I would almost say like it's a cumulative effect that you might have one with the other.
Mm-hmm.
So we see a lot of very violent weather changes nowadays because of global warming, because the systems are unstable. This is basic scientific principle, engineering principle. You have a steady state system, which there has been for millions of years more. But we are pushing things farther out of the line than the normal cycle. So your system is becoming an unstable system. An unstable system rather than a pendulum doing does this. So. I mean, at that point, do the oceans freeze, which, sets off a, algae bloom, which makes the atmosphere hotter, which then turns it into a drought? Or does the drought start, which maybe captures too much carbon, and now we go into an ice age? At that point, like you said, it's a jigsaw puzzle. You've taken out too many pieces here that stuff starts crumbling. Yeah, puzzle.
Yeah. Thank you. That's a great question. Who has another question?
What would be the best way to kill an abusive spouse without anyone realizing you killed the abusive?
Bill.
How do you get away with murder?
I'm not sure that I should answer that question. Having a background in toxicology. I actually had a student, a former student of mine ask me that first day of class, after I made my introduction. And after class, she came up to me and she asked me that very question. I was like, why? Is everything okay with your relationship with your husband? She's like, no, we're getting a divorce. I'm like, no, I'm absolutely not going to tell you, Melissa. So, but yeah, a really good way to do it. Are we being recorded?
Yeah.
Wow, maybe I should. I'll tell you after class.
But make it a fictional version.
Oh,
You're writing a book about it.
oh, if I were writing, okay, if I were writing a book and I was trying to kill somebody with there's two good ways to do it. Insulin is easily obtainable. The needles now are incredibly fine. You can get them like 32 gauge needles. They leave almost no mark whatsoever. And yes, you find a place where a medical examiner is not going to look like into a freckle between the fingers, between the toes. Give a massive dose of insulin. Quickly, blood sugar will plummet and they will die. They will go into a hypoglycemic shock and die. The other way is to take, if it's somebody that you know well enough that they'll eat food that you make, get some propylene glycol, methylene glycol, sorry. Propylene glycol won't work this way.
No, that was making me feel
Yeah.
bad.
That was like,
That's polyethylene glycol.
You can get ethylene glycol and you mix it into Jello. Ethylene glycol is sweet. The Jello is a really great mask for it because it's about the same color. They eat the Jello and then they start developing crystals in their kidneys and they will die if they don't get medical treatment. There was a lady down in Georgia who killed 3 of her husbands that way before they finally caught on. Why are all of her husbands dying from kidney disease? Yeah, sometimes who would have answered or asked that question. They said that.
And if all of somebody's husbands keep dying 5 years after they get married, don't marry them. What are you doing? Oh, she's so nice. Yeah. I'm sure.
She's a
But
problem.
but if they knew there was something to look for, there would be forensic evidence in the kidney.
Yes,
Like if
they will find crystals.
But otherwise it would like, what, mimic kidney failure
It would
or?
mimic acute kidney failure.
Okay.
I'm gonna,
If they're really, believing in certain, kind of superstitious and believing them, convince them that you've cast a death curse on them. If they're superstitious enough, they will go into vagal nerve shutdown and die.
There you go. This actually happened to a police officer. He was deathly afraid of getting shot. And he reckoned that if he ever got shot, he would die. He got shot in the arm with a low-powered 22 bullet, completely survivable injury. But he had so thoroughly convinced himself that if he got shot, he was going to die. And he did. Like within seconds, or minutes probably, but he went into shock and died. No reason to other than he convinced himself he would.
the mind can make the body do all kinds of things. I'm gonna go with air embolism.
Good one.
If you can, you're gonna have to find a way to get into a blood vessel. But, so, when you're in the hospital and you see the IV line going in, sometimes there's itty bitty little bubbles. Those are kind of trouble, but if you can get a pretty sizable air bubble into someone's thing, that it's literally like a bubble in a tube. And when that bubble gets up here or here, it acts effectively as a clot. And then it can cause a stroke, it can cause a heart attack, it can cause all kinds of things. I'm not advocating this, dear listeners, but, and I also am not certain, it would, insulin works subcutaneously, which means if you get it under the skin, you win. Whereas the air embolus, like if I go here and just inject air into the skin, I might make a little bleb of air under your skin, but it's eventually just going to hiss right back out the hole if you're not in a blood vessel. And to get something into a large enough blood vessel to get enough air in there, you probably have to aim for one of your bigger vessels, and that would be a little bit harder to hide. So his method so far is superior, and his name, I'm just kidding.
My name is Don Ho.
Tiny bubbles.
Something else I forgot to mention, I also teach martial arts. So this sort of strike to here can cause that sort of air embolism if you do it right. Now that's going to cause a mark, but it can definitely cause somebody to go unconscious.
And why? And why?
Because you are interrupting the flow from the artery.
The other thing you're doing is you're massaging, you're doing an acute massage of the carotid body, which causes a vagal response, which causes an acute lowering of blood pressure. Sorry, just get hop in there. Hop in there, go.
Yeah. So,
we're killing people here.
You can also do that with a quick shock. Now, I don't know what sort of injury that would cause to the surrounding tissue if somebody was looking at it. But it's a quick dynamic response here. You can do it, if you're trained, you can do it very quickly. And I've seen this done where it's boop, and then you have to support the person because they're going down. Now, my actual thought would be what you're talking about with people are mentally unstable, I guess. Engineer an accident. So you have, the bowling ball of the closet, and you loosen the screw, or better yet, convince whoever you're trying to kill to do it themselves. You set up the accident, so they go, oh, that screw's been, out. Can you go and tighten that? Something like that. Bowling ball thing, or whatever. Make your own hazardous area.
I got it. Right. I've always been really turned on by that Home Alone movie. Can we recreate? Honey, can we recreate all those things? I want to see you yell when you grab that hot door. Sorry.
How many ways would the wet bandits have died in that movie?
The wet bandits, they might just be called the wet work bandits because they are dead. And at any point in your life, you get hit in the head by a pendulum paint can, you don't get up.
Unless it's
dead.
empty, maybe.
Huh?
Unless it's an empty paint can, maybe if it's empty.
If it's empty, maybe, but those were not empty paint cans.
Those are metal too, not plastic.
Yeah, we call that a club. And that thing is going at 9.8 meters per second squared. Bye-bye. You dead.
Especially if
So is it the shattered bones that kills them, or the shockwave blasting through the nerve tissue?
So so just like when you're in a car and you stand on the brakes and you do this, and then you do this. The smack is called the coup injury, smack. And that is bone, and then the brain goes whack on the back. Then the brain is like a basketball. So then it goes boop and does a contra coup injury, and you would get hits. So number one, you would probably have a massive skull fracture and bleed out from that. Number two, you would have either a epidural, subdural, or something else, hematoma that would fill up with blood and crush your brain. But more importantly, the brain just got hit, boop, and then got hit, boop, and you're like dead 3 different ways.
So real deep on the herniated as well.
Yeah.
Massive concussion.
one engineering term, and this is where medicine and engineering sort of mix. Okay, real quick summary, distance, right? Velocity is how fast thing goes. Velocity is the derivative of distance. Acceleration is how fast something speeds up. So it's the change in velocity. Velocity is the change in distance. What's next? We know. Jerk. So jerk is the change in acceleration. This is deadly. If you create for instance, roller coaster that goes like this in a nice circle, people's necks snap because they are going from an instant change in acceleration this way to an instant change in acceleration this way when they enter this loop, and their neck goes beep. That's why if you look at roller coasters, they are teardrop shaped this way. So it is a constant change in acceleration, which means your jerk is 0. It's a constant change. So this is why your brain goes 50-50 when you get hit, because this is jerk. This is a change in acceleration that causes extreme damage. Because if you look at the graph of this, and this is where the graph is from, distance, velocity, acceleration, jerk. Yes, you got it.
Old school 80s, this is your brain. This is your brain on paint cans. Don't do paint cans. What's that? Your turn. You get to kill somebody. Go ahead.
Okay. Simplest way, collapse a windpipe, just quick thumbs in, windpipe collapse, they choke. And then when they're dead, you just do a Heimlich to reinflate the windpipe and walk away.
That's nasty.
How much force does it take to crush the windpipe?
Not
Very
much.
little. So right here, martial arts again.
Yep.
Right here, this is unprotected on everybody. You can get the beefiest muscle man, poke him right here, going down.
If you do this, they'll whack away from you.
Wouldn't that crush the thyroid bone though?
No.
Right on the trachea is basically soft tissue that's being held up with like some semicircular rings of cartilage.
And you even have this nice little bead here to guide your finger.
Yeah.
But even with the windpipe reinflation.
I accidentally did it in a self-defense course, actually.
Oh.
We were practicing getting people out of chokeholds, and I accidentally pushed in a little bit with my grip and collapsed somebody's windpipe, so they did the Heimlich to reinflate it.
Yeah. Note to self, do not spar with him.
I think y'all's two way you would get away with it. Like,
Dr. Ritzel.
that's medicine, that's a, you can kill him that way, maybe I can club you in the head, but
We were just sparring. I didn't mean to do it. I wasn't able to do the Heimlich fast enough. He just died.
So I'm gonna say insulin, because I'm not, in a fictional way,
That was almost an admission. Go ahead.
But I wondered if there's like blood tests after, they'd be like, I wonder why their blood sugar's like 12, Oh, no idea. They must have a little teeny tiny insulin over somewhere. Let's see, I don't know. Let's put a banana peel in front of the shower. I don't know. It works in cartoons.
Now, why are you putting it in there?
Follow-up question, on
With the
TV.
dog, they got in the trash.
On TV, everybody who dies gets an autopsy and has a very clever coroner who is constantly looking for murders. In real life,
Yeah.
how often does a coroner look at anything, especially in a small town?
Typically, if the death is unexpected, especially in a young person, without a clear-cut reason for death, they're going to do an autopsy. If you were in the hospital for several months with pneumonia and intubated, and then you went into multi-system organ failure, we're probably not going to do an autopsy. And always, like, the family can request it as well.
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
Not my daily weight, but.
So are they always looking for it? No, but I mean, you don't do an autopsy willy-nilly. So if you're doing an autopsy, you want to see, why did this person die? And, if it's a 90-year-old woman, you're probably not thinking about murder, but if there's unexpected death, that's the people that get autopsies, so they should be looking
If you want an autopsy done on a relative, don't you have to sign release forms and that kind of stuff?
Yes, and I believe you have to pay for it, but I don't know what the, so I know a lot of families have wanted to do it in my experience, and then because of the cost, they've been declined, so possibly get away from murder that way, like, nah, I don't wanna pay for it.
That's what I was gonna say, is only murder, very old people or people who are about to die, and then nobody's home for it.
My grandfather was like 83 and he died, he lived in Canada. They gave him an autopsy to find out if he had passed away from some, heart failure in the middle of the night or whatever. It turned out he suffocated. He had ingested some steak and choked on it.
What's your question?
Related, have any of you been following the story about Nancy Compton Brophy?
No.
She's the woman who wrote an essay about how to kill your
Oh,
husband.
yes.
Brother is
Yeah.
on trial and found guilty of murdering her husband.
Yeah.
Just want to bring that up since you're being recorded.
Here's an important safety tip. If you're like, I robbed the First National Bank, maybe you don't write a book called, this is how you successfully rob the First National Bank. Probably not your best.
Unless you're like past the statute of limitations.
Yeah.
And then you go, ha, I didn't kill your husband, you get away with it.
Unfortunately, murder is not a statute of limitation.
Yeah, I was like, I got
She wrote the essay first.
She sent it off and got it like proofread. She goes, oh, so that's not gonna work. That's not gonna He didn't make any marks on that paragraph. I'm gonna do that.
My
Right,
concern
like,
said
it's
that
broken
is
up, like, say your
plausible.
name before you leave the panel, like, who was up this panel?
My editor at work.
I have another thought to get back to your question. If you were able to obtain some palitoxin, which is made by the Pacific cone snail, and you were fairly certain that the person that you were trying to bump off was not going to have a tox panel run posthumously, that would be an excellent way, because palitoxin is the most toxic substance known to man. It takes a very, very small quantity to kill a person, so you can use just a trace amount.
And where do you buy that?
What kind of stuff?
I just about any knowledge.
It's at Walgreens aisle 8.
Okay, thank you.
However, if you wanted to fold a vacation into this, you could go to Hawaii and find the Pacific cone snail and very carefully take it out of the water and, extract the palitoxin yourself.
Do you just think this is really rare and that's kind of good?
There you go.
Yeah.
And certainly.
It has a thorn stinger, if my memory serves, that actually it spears
Isn't it like
fish.
really fast though, like a hypodermic needle?
Yes, God, they're amazing. So, yeah.
In and out in the blink of an eye.
All right.
And then the fish becomes paralyzed, and then they just go over there and start eating it.
So we have wiped out all life on Earth and we have killed somebody. Who has another question?
I just said I come from. I was gonna say
You have
about
a
the
comment?
snail, because there's the snails that have sex by piercing each other with a needle.
Oh, yeah.
In Scientific American, but I can't remember what the name of it. I don't think it was a poisonous worm.
And I can't help but think there's like a snail out there that goes, maybe I'm deciding to that. All right.
So what are some of the most common injuries used in movies and television that barely stop the character, but in real life, you're sitting there shaking your head and saying, no.
Okay, this time we're gonna start here with our martial artists.
Shoulders. This is a very complex joint in here, and if you have a bullet go through it, you are not moving your arm. And it takes a lot of reconstruction to do it. Knees also. Knees are very, very fragile. This is why we teach a side kick to the knee, which we do not practice in class. This is if you are in danger of your life and you want somebody to not follow you. Joints, targeting joints. So anything that disrupts a joint, there are multiple systems coming together, which means it's much harder to heal that correctly. So middle of the hand,
You're not holding anything.
you're not holding anything. Yeah. The
knife cut through the palm.
Oh, geez.
That drives me nuts.
I never
Freaking
do that.
TV show.
Why would anybody do that?
It's people or dogs.
I literally posted about that the
I
other
saw
day.
that.
I was like, why is it, like, everybody thinks like, well, we're gonna do blood, but they're like, and I'm like, you did
I'm
just
like-
cut through all your tendons, like,
Yeah, right.
they never even
Now your
figured it out.
fingers don't work.
Yeah, yeah.
Like Doctor Strange, you can't do all this stuff. I'm like, what? Okay. So your shoulders to knees, what you got?
Dislocated joints, much more painfully, yeah, like, I mean, you can get them back in, but it's like, it's, you're not walking around going, la, 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 la.
You're just
Bang,
running to the
I
wall.
got it back in.
When they pump it out, ow. When they pump it back in, it's less ow, but it's not no ow.
No, it's still.
The ligament's still loose.
Yeah.
So it can pop back
It'll
out.
pop right back out.
Yeah.
So King Kong popping your shoulder back in, didn't work, wouldn't have worked.
It
And
was-
it's Godzilla versus King Kong, when King Kong popped his shoulder back in.
It's a 100-meter tall gorilla. I think anything approaching realism is like literally six exits back.
I think it's interesting how people drown and then they come back and they're like, I'm gonna get up and run back and ooh, no, you're not.
No. I have personal experience with that, not drowning, but actually did a seminar not long ago, and we were doing, things involving throats, not necessarily choking, but like moving people around, and accidentally somebody basically just touched here and moved this sideways, and I tapped out because he was doing like choke, and then I was going to explain, oh, you hit my throat. I couldn't talk. Wow. It took me several minutes, drink some water, get everything back normal before I can even say anything. So this is very sensitive, especially if you're hitting anything with any force in the neck here.
Radiation poisoning.
Yeah.
Like, it's especially like Firefly, the readers, oh, they're running with an unprotected cord, and they're all laying down in the aisle sleeping, because when you're at that late stage of radiation poisoning, you're not moving around.
Right.
You're vomiting everything up in your gut, and it's not pleasant and not fun.
Okay, so everybody who gets shot with a non-fatal injury in movies is always shot right here, it seems like, or right there. And it's like, oh yeah, I can shake that off. Like, no, you just blew a hole through the apex of your lung, which means that lung is not collapsed because the pleura has been completely violated.
What's a pleura?
The pleura is the two layers of sticky skin, or slimy skin. So there's the visceral pleura and the thoracic pleura, and they've got a lubricating fluid between them. So as soon as you take a breath, exactly, they slide to allow your lungs to inflate, and then they slide back when your lungs deflate, right? They also hold your lungs open. It's electric, or it's like sticky water, right?
Mhm.
It's a glass together with water that's going to pull them apart. As soon as that space is open to air, whoop, your lung becomes like the size of a golf ball, and you're not breathing, which means that you're going to be sitting there going, trying to keep yourself oxygenated with one lung. And yet people are like, oh God, let's just put a piece of tissue over it. I'll be fine. I can run down the hallway now. The other thing too is if you take a bullet right here, where is that going to exit? It's going to exit through your scapula, which is the big blade bone on the back of your, that allows your arm to do things like this. And yet people are like, yeah, I just got shot in the chest and I'm the fire escape. Like, oh hell no. Hell no.
Yeah, you're also gonna hit your subclavian artery.
Yes,
So
that
you're gonna
too.
bleed out in about 2 minutes, which is what happens to Selena.
Yeah.
Anything. The thoracic pleura, that's when the T-Rex look, right?
So anything right here, you've got the major blood vessel coming from your aorta right through here, and if you hit the blood vessel, you die. Then you've got all the nerves coming off your neck that make your arm do all this stuff. And if you hit the nerves, your arm no longer works ever. And if you hit the lung, your lung drops. And if you're over here and you hit the heart, then you bleed out in a few seconds. So none of these things are good. If you're going to shoot somebody in your book, shoot them in the belly, because you can kind of miss the viscera and the belly. You can like lodge next to the kidney, and people get shot in the belly, and if it doesn't hit a major blood vessel and doesn't blow a hole in their gut, they can actually do okay. Now, a lot of times it blows a hole in their gut and they end up with peritonitis, or it hits the blood vessel and they bleed out. But you got time. The one I'm gonna go with is falls. Everybody who's seen me at ConCarolinas knows that I can do this topic for about 3 hours. But the one for me is falls, because people fall from height and they go like this, and then we're right back to physics and engineering right here. Your bones all break. And then, so the story I always remember is I fell and did, so in medical terms, there's such a thing as called a Foosh injury, F-O-O-S-H, which is fall on outstretched hand. You go like this, and basically you have 8 bones in your wrist, and what you've done is you're kind of like pinched off. And so I chipped a bone, probably about the size of a pencil lead, off the tip of this bone right there, and it hurt like hell for 3 straight months. And I'm talking like something that is a piece of pencil, like a pencil lead. So in all these movies, these people fall from height. Number one, their brain is mush, and so are all their insides. But let's pretend like it wasn't. Every bone in their body is broken. And then these people go, they get up. And I'm like, number one, you'd be in so much pain, your brain would say,
nope,
oh, hell no. You're gonna sit right there, and if you live, you're lucky. But you ain't getting up. Your body just goes, nope, not. Now, you may have some adrenaline to cover up the pain, but that doesn't change the fact that also when you try to get up, all of the bones that are the mechanism by which your muscles use to get you up, they're all broken. They don't connect. And it'd be like having a construction machine, but the thing that grabs stuff is no longer connected to the arm. And you're like, well, how's it gonna grab it? It's not gonna grab the dirt. Because it's over there, it doesn't work anymore. So I'm gonna go falls from height that don't break bones, or mush brains, or mush insides, or any of the above. And every time Tony Stark lands, he dies.
Okay. So quick martial arts segue also on broken bones is a lot of the joints and locks and pressure points that are in martial arts make your body mimic the effect of a broken bone. So you're not actually breaking a bone, but the reason you do a joint lock and somebody does like this and moves around is because their body thinks you have broken a bone. And so that's the reaction. So what you're saying is they're not going to get up. Yeah, I have felt that because somebody's done a joint lock and you go, whoop, and you move around with them. You can move somebody around because you're controlling them because their body is not going to go that way because it thinks the bone's been broken. So there's a safety response in your body that's going to regulate whether you can move or not.
Mine would be getting shot in the leg and still running.
And still what?
And still running. Like I sprained my ankle. Like my ankle is a sprain. I think broken on, but that's that. But I could not walk on it.
Right.
And it was a sprain. And I'm like, you tell me you're gonna get a bullet ripping through the muscle, probably chipping some of the bone, if you manage not to hit any. I mean, luckily there's, not focal on there, but you are not walking, you might hop out of there, but you ain't running, because we don't make this. Not very long.
Yeah. Conversely, one of the tropes that I used to think was completely false and realized was true is you're running, if something's chasing, you're running and you trip and fall. Because the adrenaline turns your legs to jello. And it's really hard to run when your legs are jello. I had that actually happen. I was playing baseball and it had been after a while and I got so excited. Started running for first base. Hit just like the leg running. Yeah, hit the
50 ground flag.
You have time maybe for one more question. Do you have a question?
I was just on the topic of falling. Every time Spider-Man or Superman saves someone at the last second from falling several hundred feet.
As long as he catches them on the way down and then they decelerate at a he can, like Spider-Man, like someone fell and Spider-Man caught him halfway down and he's got him and then the web is stretched, and then right about the time they get to the bottom, they have achieved like they're about to hit the bottom and he just lets go of the web and then they just land and they weren't moving all that fast right before they hit the ground, then everybody's fine. but you're exactly right. If he spins the web down and catches Gwen Stacy 3 feet above the ground, then she breaks her neck. There's the jerk.
That's the jerk.
And you know what that makes Peter Parker? A jerk. I'm here all weekend. All right. Thank you. We have time for one more question. Who's got one?
I like how y'all are asking, like, how do we kill people?
Happy question.
How do we take over the world?
Oh, that's easy. Cargo crates.
Take over the world.
Cargo crates.
Cargo
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Imports and exports to countries. You know how much stuff is lost between countries? You know, the big ships with cargo crates piled on them, that stuff falls into the sea all the time.
Yeah.
Actual transport of goods from place to place, put some, you know, I don't know, computers in there that you're gonna send to your associates in another country to hack into their systems, put in a deadly virus that gets over there, whatever you want. Get through customs, bribe the customs officials, give it.
I'm gonna go with sharks with freaking laser beams. That's what I want. No lie. Last year I was at Multiverse, and one of my good friends, Mason Adams, had started getting back into doing all of his art. And I don't typically buy stuff in the dealer room because I go to many cons, and I would end up with no money. I still enjoy eating and having a house, so I don't typically. But I walked in and all of Mason's art is beautiful and I love all of it. And all of a sudden I look up in the right corner and he's done a painting of sharks with frickin' laser beams attached to their head, and it is in my house. Because it's awesome. Go.
Well, I would say that start a conspiracy theory and, yeah, and then claiming yourself to be the Queen of Canada would be, well, co-opting a conspiracy theory and claiming you're the Queen of Canada and now claiming you're the Queen of the world might actually work.
No.
Yeah, she's a bit of nut. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Nope.
Oh, you should look into it. Google Queen of Canada and, yeah, you'll be horrified. That's how fast this whole thing has progressed.
Engineer a brain-infecting fungus that makes people susceptible to my commands.
All right, zombie apocalypse. I call it.
I don't know, because I don't want to take over the world, so I haven't put that much thought into it. I have a crown. I am the queen of the world. There we go. I've taken over the world.
That one was actually pretty quick. Who has another question? Do you have a question? Oh, okay. What you got?
Given how close we are to the tipping point, if we haven't already crossed it, how much life is likely to survive on the
Roaches.
planet?
Well, I mean, they would, but
Bacteria will survive.
Yeah.
I'm cautiously optimistic.
Good. I'm not thinking. I'm thinking that most of the higher vertebrates will be wiped out.
So don't do drugs. So don't do drugs.
You said higher.
So many drugs that you're no longer a higher
Willie Nelson was the first to fall. Snoop was close behind.
Keith Richards still survived somehow.
That's a given.
It's either Keith Richards or Connor McLeod. One or the other.
There could be only one.
I think that there will be significantly fewer species. You know, over COVID, I really got into bird watching because I sat at home for a year and a half and called my patients from my kitchen table instead of seeing them at the office. And I had a bird feeder right outside. I'm like, they're pretty. What is that? And just like every second bird is a robin, but you only see the brown-headed cowbirds every few weeks. The robins will make it, and the brown-headed cowbirds are I'm not going to get examples, but the ones that are more fragile or have a more fragile ecosystem are going to go, and then the ones that are more Like robins are everywhere. You know, there's robins in Maine, there's robins in Florida, there's robins in Mexico. They're everywhere. And so they have proven we do better in a lot of different environments. Whereas like I do really well in this little strip of coastal North Carolina in between this tree and that tree. That gonna die. So I think your variety of species is gonna do this. But you know, you could argue that when the dinosaurs went away, there used to be a bunch of different types of dinosaurs, and then they went to none. But now look what we've got. So over, you know, vast eons of time, maybe this is just what happens every few gazillion years. But the real answer is we don't know, because we're all very finite compared to this Earth and this universe. And I'll stop.
Well, that's what I was gonna say, cautiously optimistic on that, because I think humans are very, very bad at predicting long-term consequences. They're actually fairly good at short-term solutions. So my thought is we're gonna go down to the species that we save as humans to help us survive. So we have the oak, the pine, the robin, the rat, the pigeon, the deer, and the cow. This is, in this case, I'm thinking colony ship. What do you take with you to a new world to terraform it? That's what we would save in terms of a drastic climate collapse. And we keep the ones that will keep us alive. And we make, you know, human engineered things that will keep us alive. So not necessarily that all humans are gonna die, probably we're going to be constrained to certain areas with selected species that have survived that we curate. And from that point, you know, in millions of years, maybe we spread out into new things.
Pretty much bacteria will survive and adapt and because that's what they do and they've got a much quicker generational space. I mean, it's like E. coli, if under optimal conditions, replicate every hour. So bacteria will survive, bugs will survive, people will probably survive because we'll probably engineer ways for us to survive, be it vertical farming, indoors with, you know, aquaculture and things like that to keep us out of our environment because we're really good at kind of sequestering ourselves from our environment when we have enough money to do so. Now, for areas that are less, that have less resources, they are probably going to go into crisis.
I would say it's gonna vary depending on the cause of the tipping point. There would be not locally, but in the near future, I don't know if anybody's seen the Don't Look Up. But right now, you're like, we would engineer something. Would we though?
Well, yeah, I was thinking about yeah.
I mean,
Right, Elon Musk would.
I'm not gonna eat that farm food, that smells GMO.
I'd rather die.
Oh, good, you stay out here.
We'll go in there with our vertical farm. We're fine over here, thanks.
But no, we can't do that. We would have to then go with that. I'll get off that soapbox before I even get on.
It is 10:27, we have 2 minutes left, and so I'm gonna let each one wish up a good night and where they can be found on the rest of the convention. Let's start with Dr. Lee and the
I will be on a panel tomorrow at 3:30 called Women in Science and Tech. And then at 5 is that even possible?
I'm Angela Giddings again, and tomorrow at 3:30 I will also be on the Women in Science and Tech. And at 8 tomorrow I'll be on the Weird Science Bin.
It's gonna be all over the place. William C. Tracy, come see me, back my Kickstarter, get cool books. Tomorrow morning at 9:30, I'm talking about space opera. 2 o'clock, queer storytellers and queer stories. At 6 o'clock, if you like RPGs, I'm going to be running my own Dissolution Verse RPG. And then at 9:30, I have game recommendations. And on Sundays, on Sunday at 11:30, writing for RPGs.
Jason Graves again, table up there for Perspective Press, right by the elevator lobby. Tomorrow, we'll be doing a panel at 3 o'clock with Gavin there for Soul's Artwork Book Spotlight, Fountain View. 9:30, I will be the moderator for Love, Sex, and Future Tech. So you know, make sure to come to that because that'll be an interesting conversation. That's going to be right here in Keynes. And then on Sunday at 1 p.m., we're doing an open pitch session. If you have something you want to try to sell to several small publishers that are doing this weekend,
Tomorrow at 12:30, I'm doing writing with the 5 sentences, helping my writer hat. Then at 6:30 tomorrow night, we do this thing, we've been doing this for a few years called Geeky Rants, and that's where we rant about the things that we hate about the things that we love. But we try to do it with a good-natured laugh a while. And then on Sunday at 9:30, I'm doing writing for theme anthologies. And then at 2 o'clock on Sunday, a lot of my books revolve around music, so I'm actually moderating soundtrack to your novel, so that's going to be a lot of fun to talk with all those folks. And like I said, I'm right out here. All the books are closed up for the night, but if you want to come take a look and see what any of us, right, please come to our tables tomorrow. We'd love to tell you about our books. You don't have to buy anything. Just come by and say hi. If you see something you like, great. If you don't, great. But just come by and say hi. We'd love to see you. And thank you so much for coming to our panel. We had a great time. Y'all asked awesome questions. We had a blast, and none of us are advocating anybody. None of us are advocating killing anybody. Not even Jason Graves. Good night, everyone.
Bus underthrown.
Right there, probably, and then her son, still there. I think maybe. It really like your.
Good job, everybody. Thank you so much.
She's there tomorrow.
So is that live stream or is that gonna be like,
No, that was live
So
stream.
those 32
Okay.
gauge needles are really
You're teeny tiny.
God, they're tiny, yeah.
I
I
have
was 31
my finger with diabetes.
Thank you for coming. Welcome to your first con.
Thank you for the chairs.
Okay, thank you, Sean.
Good to see you, my friend.
I realized something I forgot. It's too late to go back and get it, but my blood sugar.
How you doing?
How you doing?
Good, how about you?
I'm doing good. Just gonna have to assume that my blood sugar is fine this weekend.
My else for dinner.
There's another sign if you.
I have become better.
I have many kids.
All right, thank you so much. I'll see you at least 4 minutes more.
I remember asking you specifically for it,
I've been in good years.
What I always tell people is, I'm out there working. And so that is something that when we're in my office, I would let somebody look at it.
Oh, yeah.
And if it's not, great.
Yeah.
But if it is something, we've got nothing to report, had a chance to do more meetings too.
Well, that was the thing, it didn't go away.
Well,
So I was very lucky.
well, some of these skin cancers do a thing that they call involution, which is where, that's good. You can have cancer almost a little bit like an infection. Nowadays, if you have an abscess, I poke a hole and it gets pus out, and 3 days later, you're better. But if you leave it alone, your body eventually goes, oh, hell no, and your face is going away. And some skin cancers grow, but then sometimes your body goes, I don't want that, and your immune system goes and kills it. So that may have been what happened. It been like a really bad access. It's hard to say. But I'm glad about that.
Right, I was trying, and one thing was like your eggs. And I was like, why is what's the tour? When I'm here actually.
But probably with me, because I've done book marks at least 3 times. I did it last year, but I've done it a few years. I did it a couple times other than that too.
It's possible.
Glad you're all there. Have a good one.
Right. Yes, and I do, yeah, I mean, I get how the process usually goes, and I figured it was probably something like that, you know? I just wanted to make sure it wasn't one of those, no, actually, it really did just get bounced off a teenager, and I never received it, you know?
Yeah, and it wasn't the case that I read it, I didn't.
Well, yeah, there's always a possibility. No self-respecting author actually asked someone to speak. Oh, she's in science, great. Great institution for perspective craft.
I figured out, we're going to sort of about people that have to room that.
Glad you're great. Talking to you at the beginning of the panel, but great talk and full presentation. It could have been more fun for high school people.
I don't know, I was having a conversation.
One of my favorite, how we get away with it, that old roller doll short story, and the woman murders her husband by hitting him over the head with a frozen leg of lamb, then defrosts it and cooks it and serves it to dogs when they come to her house.
Where's the murder weapon?
I don't know, he was like that when I found him, or second. Thanks for the panel and.
Yeah. I will definitely, get back to you.
Okay, great.
Oh, yeah. It's frightening how fast time moves through this. Yes, that was very good. Thank you for moderating. Oh, I see. Oh. Yep. Good. Head home. Yeah.
I was probably just gonna drive home, but then I realized that I had gas. So, today and tomorrow, I was like, I'll show it at 10:30, and then we'll get me home after midnight.
Enjoy your burger. That's true.
saw you. You were, hey, no, I think I saw something about no, actually, we're
Because that's definitely something, you know, which is really horrific stuff. But you've gotten to see. Yeah. I know, you know what? She said, that they were. That they were. And there's too many. Oh, and,
Thursday, man, 3-day weekend, and I was so I had a whole 24 hours and basically Rex, it just headaches for me. And then it was away, you know, that's the day, like, usually I just, the last time I just took it off. It's weird, because none of, most of my other things, they have the opposite words like that. But they have this. Yeah. It's weird. So now I'm like really nervous about like getting the truck there to give myself a couple days just. But I keep hoping that we'll get past the point where we don't keep getting boosters. It's scary. It's scary to think about. It's good to see you again. And then, I'll see you. Okay. Hope you feel better. You're still better. No, actually, I slept. We got back Sunday. And slept all this week.
Yeah. It's the.
Already got $10 donation of cash, so.